A couple of years ago, I walked in on my wife Laura and her co-worker, Henry. The same guy she'd promised there was nothing going on with. Same guy we'd had not one, but 4 different fights about, especially after the Christmas party. Someone shared a picture on their socials with the two of them slow dancing. She had insisted and sworn that nothing was going on, and yet here he was with his tongue down her mouth. It feels strange to be in a moment like that, where you know there was one distinct life before and a separate life after. But in that moment, all I could focus on was the sweat bead on his brow and his hands on her chest. Part of me wanted to cry, but another part of me wanted to fight. The fighting part won. I ended up beating Henry within an inch of his life. He got a jaw fracture, a concussion, and lost 9 teeth. It took 3 men to pull me away. Next thing I know, I'm in county jail. It was a fast trial. I took a guilty plea. The judge acknowledged that I had no prior record, and that it was an emotionally charged situation. Despite that, he couldn't condone vigilantism. I got a 3-year sentence with the possibility of parole after 1, and of course, a restraining order. Needless to say, Laura is now my ex-wife, and I found out how expensive a divorce can get. I could write a whole book about my experience in jail, but what I want to talk about is what happened after that first year. When it was time to review my options, I was asked to stand in front of the parole board. 5 people who were to decide what to do with me. I'd behaved. I'd showed up for the anger management classes. I didn't have any beef with any of the inmates, and I kept to myself. Odds were on my side. After reviewing your case, we see no issue with proceeding as intended. They said, "Do you agree to the terms of your parole as outlined in the agreement presented by the board?" "Yes, I do." "Have you been given the opportunity to properly review the conditions with your legal counsel in a timely manner?" "Yes, I have." "Then, unless anyone has anything to add, I think we can proceed with." The board members on the far right raised a hand and looked at the others, waving her fingers a little for attention. Miss Wells. She was in her mid-30s, African-American with a bright smile and square glasses. She was a little younger than the others and dressed in more expensive clothes. I'd seen her before. I think she had been rearing up to run for public office. "Sir, are you aware that this parole is scheduled for the next 24 months? "Yes, I am." "Have you been informed that there is an option for a suspension of the last 14 months of sentencing?" That made me raise an eyebrow. I looked over at my lawyer. He shrugged at me. Turning back to Miss Wells, I shook my head. "No, I haven't." "Interesting," she said, looking at the others. "Very interesting. There is an option for a 10-month parole, but with alternative provisions and requirements. Have you not been given the opportunity to review this?" "No, I have not." "We'll rectify that." The conditions of my parole were pretty bog standard. I couldn't procure a firearm. I was to submit to random drug testing, not to associate with criminals, reporting to my parole officer, that sort of thing. It was scheduled for 24 months, but I was given the opportunity to start a 10-month program once I'd had time to review the alternate conditions. They handed me a folder and shoved me out the door. At first, I was just happy to be out. But after a couple of weeks, I realized how the odds were stacked against me. My parole officer didn't give 2 shits about the context of my incarceration. A felon is a felon. I was on the same level as drug dealers and gangbangers. You don't get special treatment for being nice. They just look you in the eye a little longer. I was having trouble finding a stable job. I was barely holding on to a part-time thing at a gas station and sleeping in my car in the church parking lot. And yeah, I wasn't my best self. I kept seeing Laura living the high life on her socials. She wasn't dating Henry or anything. Their connection meant nothing. That somehow made it worse. But looking at Henry's scarred chin on his LinkedIn profile, I can't say the fucker didn't deserve it. The 10-month program they'd offered me was called the Pilot Enhancement Scheme. I'm not one to walk right into something named Scheme, so I read through the folder cover to cover about 3 times over. It sounded a little too good to be true. The Pilot Enhancement Scheme was supposed to be this experimental program that allowed the state to invest less resources to monitor and control paroled inmates. I'd still have to submit to random drug tests, and I still couldn't carry a gun, but there were certain improvements. I didn't have to physically check in with my parole officer more than once a month, for example, but I had to agree to an external monitor device. That's where things got murky. It was called the Compound Wave Pattern Control, or the CWPC. This little electronic thing you kept behind your ear, no larger than a hearing aid. It came in 6 different colors, including transparent. It had a wireless charger and had a 20-hour battery life, but it wasn't entirely clear what it actually did. I remember lying in the back of my car, balancing my phone on my forehead, trying to read in the dark. I read the same sentence 10 times over, but it didn't make any sense. The CWPC monitors intentions and suggests alternate action patterns in accordance with provided guidelines of good personal conduct parameters. This is done through a mild and reversible external wave stimulus. What the fuck does that even mean? I scheduled a meeting with Miss Wells from the parole board, the one who'd suggested the scheme to begin with. She'd given me her number, allowing me to ask further questions about the enhancement scheme. Not only were questions allowed, they were encouraged. I could schedule a meeting with her instead of going to a parole check-in, so it was a win-win. I met Miss Wells downtown on the 3rd level of a small office building. It was abundantly clear that she was pursuing an elected position, meaning she was in no uncertain terms a politician. That made me more nervous than the stupid tech jargon. You can trust a nerd with specifications. You can't trust someone with smiling posters of themselves plastered on the wall. She was short, reaching no taller than 5'1". I think her small stature served her. It made her less imposing. You don't want someone scary to offer you strange tech. As I entered her office, she walked over to shake my hand. "Right this way," she said, "and thank you for your consideration." "I haven't agreed to anything." "Oh, I'm sure you will." She showed me the CWPC. It really did look like a hearing aid. The thing was so light that I was scared to pick it up. Who knows how much something like that even costs. Miss Wells clapped her hands together and sat down on top of her desk like a cool youth pastor. "Isn't it handy?" she said. "I'm sure you've read the specs already." "What does it do?" "Why don't you try it on?" I looked at it and shook my head. She picked up the CWPC and held it out to me, giving me a knowing look. "It's not dangerous," she said. "Yes, it's a pilot program, but the results are astounding. You'd have to get struck by lightning for this thing to bother you, and by then, you got bigger problems." "So it's not dangerous?" "You tell me." I picked it up and turned it around. Putting it to the back of my ear, I could feel it slotting into place. There was a little startup beep, and that was that. I couldn't feel a thing. "Now what?" I asked. "Now it's monitoring. That's it." "So it's a camera?" "No, it's all local, like a filter. We're very serious about client privacy, as outlined in the extended agreement. If you wouldn't mind, please talk like a real person." She snorted at that and adjusted her glasses. "You want real? Alright, let's talk real." She got off her desk and looked up at me, pointing at my ear. "That thing will get you off the hook in 10 months. You can't break it, you gotta charge it. But if you sign the papers and walk out of here with that thing, today, you're gonna notice that life will be a whole lot easier." "What's the catch?" She rolled her eyes. Raise your hand. I did. Now think about hitting me. I put my hand back down, but she grabbed my arm and raised it, putting me back in the same position. Think about hitting me, she insisted. Don't do it, but think about it. I did as Miss Wells asked, sort of. I thought about pushing her away because she was annoying, but something took hold of my conscious thoughts. The moment I thought about pushing her, a black square blinked in the top right corner of my eye, and my vision shifted. There were flashes of images. Each one went off in my head like a gunshot. I saw Miss Wells falling and breaking her foot, screaming on the floor. I saw her limping weeks later and falling down a staircase because she couldn't get the crutches right. I saw her eyes turn white, dead and cold, as her neck snapped. The image dissipated, leaving me with a burning sensation that turned my ear flaming red. My eyes teared up with a thick, viscous jelly that stuck to my lashes. Miss Wells standing in front of me like nothing happened, offering me a paper towel. That's what it does, she said. It detects corrigible intentions. It's messing with my brain. It's reminding you of the consequences of your actions. Is that something to be afraid of? You do a lot of unconscionable things? I couldn't stop looking at her eyes. They were brown, but I could imagine them with a thin layer of dust. Her head looked different with a broken neck. I shook my head and felt an ache, maybe a sympathetic pain from what I'd seen. I suppose I don't, I said, and it's only 10 months. That's all there is to it. I took the deal. First few days with the CWPC went by with no issue, to the point where I thought the thing didn't even work. It wasn't until I got stuck in traffic on my way to work that I got another jolt. I was getting frustrated with the driver ahead of me, and it triggered the machine. I got the same flickering black square, and this explosive hit noise with every image shown to me. It all played out in front of me in the space of a breath. I saw the driver, an older man and his teenage daughter, trying their best to cut a yellow light to get away from me. They ended up getting T-boned by a Mazda in a Jeep. I saw firefighters trying to pull them out of the wreckage. There was fire and crying and screaming. A woman scraping her knees against the asphalt, clutching a cross around her neck and screaming at the top of her lungs that the devil took her baby. The devil took her baby. When I came to, I slowed down. There was no wreckage. I was still muttering that woman's words. Devil took her baby. I wiped the eye jelly with my sleeve as I felt my ear flaming up again. The effect was painful, but I couldn't deny that it calmed me down. It put things into perspective how a little road rage could destroy lives far beyond my own. I had to stay in control, device or no device. I had to be careful. That was pretty much the worst of it. I could feel it flare up a couple of times over the next week, but nothing quite like that. It almost triggered when I cut in line at the supermarket, but I managed to step back before it went off completely. I got away with a warm ear and an apology. I thought it might go off when I watched the Timberwolves game with some guys from work, but the device didn't react at all. It seemed to be able to register the context of emotional reaction to a game differently. All in all, I was pretty happy with it. I could go 10 months with it, no problem. With a little more leeway and a little more freedom, I was able to get some more hours at the gas station. Not much, but enough that I could afford a motel room. No more sleeping in the car, but I had a long way to go before I could get an apartment. Most days, I'd forget I was even wearing the CWPC. I had one of the guys at work ask me about it, and I just said it was a new kind of AirPod. Working the counter was the only thing I didn't like doing. Stressed people can be frustrating to deal with, and some can be outright demeaning. People like feeling better about themselves by putting down the guy working the register. They like to flash their most expensive cards or make snide remarks. I had the CWPC trigger 3 times in one day. The last time I imagined jumping over the counter and strangling a woman on the floor. I saw the whole chain of events, leading all the way up to her family crying over her picture as her closed casket was lowered into the earth. The moment I came out of it, I almost broke down in tears. I kept apologizing to her despite not actually doing anything. The CWPC wasn't meant to be comfortable. The damn thing burned as the battery ran hot, forcing me to alternate between my ears. Just triggering a couple times a day was enough for a boil to pop up on my skin. Thank God I don't have to wear glasses. After a month of using the device, I'd gotten into a rhythm. I charged it at night, I wore it during the day, and I stuck to the straight and narrow. If I felt it going hot, I stepped away from whatever I was doing. If it actually triggered, I went ahead and did something else for a while. I got a cream to put behind my ear and started carrying a handful of wet wipes for the eye jelly. Then one day, as I worked the register, Henry walked in. Yes, that Henry. He was getting some cigarettes, but that was enough to send me down a rabbit hole. Laura hated cigarettes. She'd made me quit smoking when we first started dating back in college, but she had no problem rounding third base with this guy. The thoughts snuck up on me. I imagined walking out from behind the counter and breaking his goddamn nose, but the device triggered. I saw the rest of it play out in my mind's eye. How he toppled backwards, smacking the back of his head on the cold stone tiles. How he ended up in a hospital on life support, his brother holding his hand as they pulled the plug. I could feel the sorrow of it, the hatred directed rightfully back at me. The moment I snapped back, I got a wet wipe and cleared the jelly from my eyes. Henry looked at me, shaking his head. Are you crying? I'll let someone else take this. You're crying, aren't you? He crossed his arms, clearly confrontational. Maybe our last encounter made him feel less like a man. Maybe belittling me made the scar on his face feel a little lighter. I stepped away from the counter and asked one of the other guys to take my place as I slipped out the back. Just a couple of minutes later, I met Henry outside in the parking lot. The CWPC was on the edge of triggering pain, but I did my best to stay calm. As long as I didn't look at him, I was fine. I could think about nice things, purring kittens, grass beneath my feet, serene blue sunflowers swaying in the wind. Don't think you can take me when I ain't got my pants down? I don't want any trouble. I ain't here to get you in trouble, he said. I just want you to know you're a bitch. Yeah, fine, a bitch. The back door clicked. The thing is on an automatic timer, and I'd been out a little too long. I'd left my keys on the counter by the register. I'd have to walk back around, but Henry was in the way. I tried making a wide turn, but he cut me off. Man, prison did a number on you, huh? I'm just trying to work, man. I think we've got some unsettled business. He raised his fists, but I shook my head. He was clearly looking for a fight, and I couldn't risk it. I looked up at him, met his eyes, and felt the CWPC firing up. What's it gonna take for you to let me get back to work? I asked. How about I beat the shit out of you? The CWPC triggered. The black square flared up. I could see myself sweeping his leg and putting my foot on his neck. There were more images of him getting taken into an ambulance, but that just didn't seem to invoke the same kind of emotional response in me. It wasn't powerful enough, so it switched gears. The black square doubled in size, instead showing me a kid across the street seeing me kill this guy. This kid would be destroyed. He'd lay awake at night. He'd be in endless therapy sessions. They called him Murder Boy as he played on the swings. That seemed to get the reaction it wanted from me. I didn't want that. I didn't want any of that. The moment I snapped out of it, I almost took off the device. I could take it off for a couple of seconds to wash my ear, but any more than that, and it would alert my parole officer. This time, I wanted to chuck it into the parking lot and piss on it. I got another wet wipe and cleared my eyes, just in time to see Henry's fist coming down on me. It hit the CWPC straight on. First thing that came to mind was that one thing Miss Wells had said. You'd have to get struck by lightning. Well, it wasn't lightning, but it was a fistful of knuckles with 2 thick silver rings, and they broke the battery. The gadget made a popping noise, leaving me with melting plastic and sizzling battery acid on my skin. I tried clawing at it to get it off, but it ended up burning my fingers. I stepped away, screaming, and I saw his face shift. He knew he'd fucked up. It was one thing to take a swing at someone. This was something else. One of my coworkers came running as Henry took off. The one good thing to come from this was the fact that I could finally let my emotions out. I could act like an idiot without having a nanny cam burn through my mind. So I gave Henry the middle finger, and I raised my voice to tell him what to expect next time we meet. I had every intention of making a threat. I stopped before I got past the first syllable. My right eye was twitching, and I could see the outlines of a black square. I didn't even have the CWPC anymore. I had to schedule an extra meeting with Miss Wells to get a new device. I wanted to press charges against Henry, but there was no camera on that site, and I wasn't even supposed to be near him to begin with. Bringing litigation into this was inviting a boatload of scrutiny, and he'd have the jury on his side. It was a pointless fight, even if I'd win, much like what went down in that parking lot. Returning to Miss Wells, I had to wait in line. There were 2 other guys ahead of me. One of them was this rough-looking skinny dude with a crudely drawn cartoon tattooed on his neck. He kept looking up at me, at my ear specifically. "They got you with the butterfly eyes." "The what?" "Butterfly eyes. You got the burns." "Why you call it that?" "Chaos theory, man. A butterfly flaps its wings. There's a hurricane in Tokyo. We get to see that. Butterfly eyes." He pointed to his own ear. The skin around it was patchy and rough, like the scales of a lizard. "Done the program 2 times. He continued. "Makes you crazy." "Then why you keep doing it?" "I told you." He smiled. "I'm crazy." When I finally got to see Miss Wells, I showed her my ear. The burns were pretty bad, but I'd put on a salve and some surgical tape. I couldn't sleep on that side, but apart from that, I was doing alright. She didn't seem all that convinced. "We can get you a new one, but I think you're gonna need some time for that to heal." "You're kicking me off the program?" "No, not at all. You're enrolled. Consider this downtime. Give yourself some time to adjust. Let's say 2 weeks, alright?" "That's alright with you? It's alright with me." "Good, good." She nodded as she closed the folder, inspecting my signature on the last page. As she put it away and I got ready to leave, she crossed her arms and gave me a knowing look. "Have you had any problems?" she asked. "What kind of problems?" "Since the CWPC broke," she clarified. "Some folks report dizziness when it crashes unexpectedly." "Not sure. Maybe a couple of twitches." I could tell she didn't like that answer. She didn't like it at all. I thought a couple of weeks without the CWPC was gonna be a walk in the park. But it turns out things are rarely that simple. Now, I have no need to do bad things, but there are certain impulses that are impossible to repress. If someone was to jump out at me, I'd push them away. That's just instinct. Same thing goes with other surprises like a sudden phone call or when a car backfires. I was crossing the road this one time, late afternoon, coming home from work. Got a bag full of groceries. This car didn't see me and slammed the brakes at the last second, screeching to a halt and barely grazing my left leg. There's this loud horn and someone screaming. My adrenaline spiked and this guy comes running at me. My first thought is to keep him away, but as I raise my hands, something happens. The black square flashes in the top right corner of my eye. I see myself pushing him back. He stumbles into oncoming traffic, getting run over by a sedan, blood on a broken windshield as a mother of 3 gets out of her car, crying for help. A boy in the backseat sees brain matter for the first time. As I blink, the image dissipates. My hand shoots up to my ear, feeling the empty space where the CWPC used to be. My ear feels warmer as the man helps me to my feet, apologizing profusely. The effect was still there, despite the gadget being reduced to dust. After that encounter, it triggered more often. Not just when I got nervous or angry, but pretty much whenever I did any deliberate action. It could trigger when I buttered my toast in the morning, giving me a vision of me getting electrocuted. It could trigger in the shower, showing me slipping. But the worst was whenever I was out among people. It's the guilt that really sticks with you. It always frames your actions as the cause of suffering. You buy a pack of smokes, it shows you that it was the last pack of that brand, causing the next guy in line to have to go to another store. On his way there, he gets murdered. You want to fill up with gas? You see yourself spilling, and someone later sets themselves on fire. I didn't even have the CWPC anymore, but the visions kept coming back over and over again. Every single day was filled with images of dying men, women and children, starving dogs, poisoned birds, baby kittens choking to death, crying babies left in the car as my actions caused a mother to come back a little too late. It was getting worse, and when I picked up the phone to call Miss Wells, it triggered again. I saw her missing the last words of her dying father because he would call seconds after me. I held my thumb over the call button. It felt so real. How could I tell if the consequence was something to be expected or something completely fabricated? I saw 3 more scenarios play out as my fingers trembled over the call button. She misses a call from the hospital. She gets distracted and falls down the stairs. She looks away for a split second at an intersection. Death, death, death. But I pressed anyway. Defying this thing just kicks the effect up to 11. I can't even count all the way it showed me Miss Wells dying. The moment she answered, I couldn't tell her real words from the screams in the gaps in my mind. One version of her politely says hello, while another is being lit on fire, screaming at the top of her searing lungs. I can't tell which is which. "It's broken," I call out. "It's broken, and it's fucking with my head." She's screaming at me, gargling battery acid. There's crying and pain, and I see the white of her eyes. Then she asks how bad it is. "Please," I cried. "Please, it's not working. It's out of control." The call disconnected. Maybe I did it myself. I couldn't tell. The image subsided. There was blood flowing from my ear as the boils popped, making it look like I'd taken a bullet at point-blank range. I had to call for help. I had to try again. Miss Wells, anyone. I picked up the phone and dialed the emergency services, but I could feel it all coming back. The black square grew larger in the outline of my eye. I saw my one call blocking a child from reaching an operator in time, forcing her to watch her mother choke to death on the floor. An elderly woman trying to get through, desperately performing the Heimlich maneuver on her dying husband. If I pressed that call button, I would be the cause of so much pain. I picked up my phone, got on my knees, and smashed it against the kitchen floor over and over. That helped a little. The visions couldn't come back if I couldn't make any calls. Somehow, it got worse. Every step I took could cause another trigger. It might show me stepping on a ladybug. If I hadn't done that, it would have distracted a kitty cat from walking into oncoming traffic. A little girl sleeps alone because of me. I flush the toilet and see the pipes clog, causing a blockage that stops a man from getting that glass of water he needs to swallow his life-saving medication. Do pipes even work like that? That's what it showed me, so it had to be true. Every single action I took, I was bombarded with impression of how fucking awful I was. Every action leading to consequence of pain, death, dismemberment, and this endless sadness. I started to see so much terror that I went from having the image of a dead person on my mind to having a catalog of them. I could no longer think about a single dead individual. There were too many of them. After a while, they all start to look the same. I would lie in my bed, staring at the ceiling. Even the most basic autonomous actions of my body would cause images of pain and destruction. I stole a breath meant for a better man. I blinked at a moment when I needed to see something critical. I raised a hand, blocking a signal from reaching an intended target. I tried holding my breath, but I couldn't win. Living or dying, breathing or not, none of it mattered. All I saw was the never-ending circle of pain emanating from me, killing everything cursed enough to be in my vicinity. What the hell was I supposed to do? If you're getting the same result either way, does it matter what you do? I stayed in bed for 2 days, just watching this endless loop play out in front of me. I must have seen millions of people die, tens of millions. I could see it in excruciating detail, in ways I could never have imagined on my own. There are so many ways to get cut by a knife, so many nerves that can be severed. I could anticipate the pitch of a death scream from the angle of a cut. Since it didn't matter what I did, I got up. When I did, I could barely see anything. I was experiencing the world as a kaleidoscope of possibilities. In one world, I'm taking a step forward. In another, I'm crashing through the floor, killing the guest in the room below. But I'm still taking that step. If I would have killed something either way, what does it matter if I get up to get a glass of water? It felt like relearning everything. I had to stop relying on my sense of hearing, as my ears had swollen to the point where all I heard was my heartbeat. The right side of my face was caked in dry blood, and I could tell I was a little pale in the bathroom mirror. I think I was, at least. I saw so many things in that mirror that I can't tell which was the real me. What surprised me the most was how these images made me feel. At first, I'd felt like the worst man in the world, like the core and center of all evils. But after a while, I didn't feel a thing. If I feel the same putting on shoes as I would shooting a man in the head, what's stopping me from doing both? I tested the boundaries a little. I took a walk around the neighborhood. Yes, the images were there. No, I didn't care. I thought about things that I knew would trigger a response, like pushing a woman into traffic or taking a taxi to Henry's place and rip his tongue out with my bare hands. Yes, the images remained. More death and terror and guilt. But that was already there. If everything is already turned to max, you can't go louder. I don't know when I decided to do something. I don't think it was a conscious choice. Maybe I thought about testing a little more, or doing something to see if I could get the damn thing to short-circuit my brain completely. I remember picking up a knife and stuffing it in my pocket. I remember throwing a potted plant out my bedroom window. I punctured the tires of a parked car just to see if things could get worse. And yes, I saw images of a family of 4 careening off a steep cliff. Yes, I saw an elderly woman getting the back of her head caved in by a potted plant. But I would have seen variations of those things even if I'd just stayed in bed, breathing. So what does it matter? There was this long road. I think I took the bus. I either stabbed a man or paid the bus fare. I couldn't tell. Maybe both. It was supposed to be a 10-minute ride, but it was dark when I got out. I walked in circles, not arriving at my destination until well after midnight. I recognized the shape of the name on the door, but I couldn't bring myself to read it. I wasn't knocking anyway. I just had to be sure I was in the right place. I thought about having a civil conversation with Henry. I thought we could work things out and put this behind us. After all, I did a number on him. I'd deserved to be punished back then. I'd been out of control, but I wasn't like that anymore. That rational part of me was a fraction of an exponentially growing cavalcade of actions. When the most sane part of you occupies a 10,000th of a percentile, you have to expect yourself to submit to the irrational. I'd intended a conversation, but ended up breaking through his window. Before I even saw him, I'd killed him 1,000 times over. By the time he stepped out of his bedroom in nothing but his boxer shorts, I'd already heard the multitude of death screams he could muster. I didn't plan to do anything. I had no intention of hurting him. I just let whatever came naturally happen. Whether that was apologizing or putting my hand down his throat was a coin toss. Let the chips fall where they may. I saw myself stabbing him to death 100 times over, and it was nothing I hadn't seen before. But I didn't see a single world where this man was not condemned to die a horrific death. I think someone pulled me off of him. There was this pain in my arm, and I was having trouble breathing. I was face down on the ground. Strange red and blue lights illuminating new corpses with every rotation. I think Miss Wells was there too. There was a man with a white coat with a scalpel. When I didn't see him stabbing himself to death with it, he was being instructed to do something to me. I was given a tranquilizer. When I woke up, I had this awful ringing noise in my head. The right side of my face was burning, and I couldn't hear anything. I was lying on the side, looking at a hospital room. There were no images, no screams, just me and Miss Wells. I couldn't hear her speak, so she wrote something on a tablet. Her hands were trembling, and I could tell she'd been crying. She spelled out an explanation as simple as she could. I had done something bad. They had to remove my right ear and puncture my eardrums. I was going to be okay, but things were going to get complicated. I had a couple of false alarms as my ears healed. I would imagine seeing that black square, but I never really did. I was so used to having my head occupied with things that weren't my own that it was strangely empty without it. Sometimes I had this feeling in my gut that maybe I was still stuck inside one long vision and that I'd snap back to whatever moment triggered it. Maybe it was that meeting with Henry in the parking lot. I don't think they were allowed to continue with the scheme. They'd had hiccups before, but never anything like this. There was a settlement, an agreement, and I relocated to the West Coast under a new name, far away from prying eyes and curious questions. Funny how beating a man up got me a year, but killing him didn't cost me a day. Nowadays, you can see me walking down the street like anyone else. I go to the park to watch the seagulls fight over French fries. Hush money runs deep, but there's nothing for me to do with it. I want nothing. There's this part of me that's completely blown out, like they took a piece of me and left it on the floor somewhere. I don't turn my head when I hear a crying baby, and I barely slow down when the lights turn red. I cut in line at the store. I smoke in crowded spaces. I don't care. I can't care even if I wanted to. You can't see guilt through a butterfly's eyes.
I came home a year ago. Alex didn't. He was my best friend, the only one I could share everything with. Now I have no one but you, strangers on the internet. Sometimes it feels like I didn't return from that place either. At least, not as myself. A part of me, perhaps my desire to live, stayed behind. I guess you could say I'm depressed. It isn't until now I feel ready to tell anyone about what happened to us. We went through something so unfathomable that it's difficult for me to put into words. But I'll do my best. Back when it happened, almost 2 years ago, my best friend and I were both studying anthropology in France, and we were both avid cave explorers. During summer break, we had explored the most famous cave systems in France and studied all of the well-known cave paintings and remains from the Neolithic era. We both lived for this, so it was a no-brainer for us to spend our summer break doing the same kind of thing as we did at university. We had followed established guidelines, but the last week before we returned to our university town, we decided to explore Rigordo in search of caves that hadn't been yet discovered. This was a bit irresponsible since none of us were experienced enough for such an undertaking. But we were both thrill seekers, and even though we didn't believe we would find anything, the search itself was exciting enough for us to keep going. However, we did find something. It was Alex who saw it first. He yelled at me from where he was doing his business. "Hey Lester, come check this out." "What is it? You want me to see you pee?" I laughed at the thought of it. "No man, I think I found something." I got up from the rock I was sitting on and walked over to him. "So, what did you find?" Look at that boulder next to the cliff. Do you see it?" I did see it. There was a small entrance behind it. "No way," I said, but then I collected myself so I wouldn't get too excited. "Do you think it's possible? I mean, do you think it might lead to a larger cave?" "I don't know," Alex said. "There's only one way to find out, right?" "I guess," I said, feeling my heart rate increase. It could be nothing. I find it hard to believe that no one would have discovered a cave system in this area. We aren't that far from the main road. "It's so small," Alex said. "It's easy to imagine it could have been missed. Anyway, shut up and help me move this boulder." We had to use all of our strength and some of our equipment to push it aside. We crouched down and looked inside the entrance. I expected it to be nothing more than a small recess, but it was deep. "Hello?" Alex yelled into the hole in the cliff, and the echo slowly faded away somewhere far inside the bedrock. We debated what to do next, but the excitement in our voices made it clear we had already decided. The responsible thing to do would have been to report our findings and let professionals map out the cave. But we weren't going to just hand over a finding like this to someone else. Instead, we put on our gear. We crawled our way inside of the cave. Had we been just a tad bit bigger, we would never have fit. That was how small the opening was. I didn't suffer from claustrophobia. If I did, I wouldn't have been a cave explorer. But I didn't enjoy small passages like this. The thought of getting stuck still made me cringe. I had read enough horror stories about cave explorers getting killed that way to do my best to avoid crawl spaces, but in this case, I made an exception. Alex went in first, and I followed close behind him. A few meters in, a cold wind reached us. "Are you feeling this?" Alex said as he pushed his body through the small cave. "That's a cross breeze." "Good," I said with some relief in my voice. "That means there's an opening somewhere further ahead." The cold air coming from inside the cave smelled fresh. It was exactly what we needed after having spent the entire day under the scalding heat outside. A short while later, however, we began to freeze. I asked Alex if he knew how it could be so cold. It seemed way too cold to be explained by the airflow, but he was as clueless as me. "Is it getting tighter or wider?" I asked. "I can't tell." "I'm not sure either," Alex said. We kept going. My body ached. In some places, it was so narrow that I thought I would have to break my ribs to get through. The cave went upward, forcing us to climb. Then it went down until it turned sharply and continued to the south. The total absence of light, except for our headlights, felt suffocating. We came across a pitch, a steep section that we had to use our ropes to get down. We had never tried cave diving before, and I felt really stupid doing it now, given how risky it was. A few more dangerous squeezes followed. The dust on the ground kept getting into my mouth. By now, I was exhausted. I think we should turn back," I said. "I'm getting too tired, and frankly, I'm starting to worry a little bit. We've been here for more than an hour. Perhaps we should try again tomorrow." "Don't give up, Lester," Alex said. "It will be extremely difficult to go back the way we came, There's nowhere to turn around. Our best shot is to keep going and try to find the other opening. I could hear fear in his otherwise confident voice. Something that scared me just as much as our predicament. Just moments later, Alex spoke again. There's an opening ahead. It leads to a larger room, just a few more meters. I had to push Alex to press him through the opening, and as soon as he was out, he pulled me out. The room was big enough for us to stand in. It was only illuminated by our flashlights and headlights. Looking back at the hole we just came out of, it was clear that it was too small for us to enter. Squeezing yourself out of a tiny hole is one thing, crawling inside of it another. Realizing this, my heart almost stopped. If the hole that let the cold air in was too small as well, if there was such a hole at all, we would die in here. I pointed my flashlight at Alex's face. His frosty, agitated breath told me he was just as terrified as I was. Slowly, we tracked the walls with our flashlights. To our relief, there was a second opening big enough for us to enter. Before I had time to cool down, something inside of the opening caught my eye. It was a skeleton, covered in some dark clothes. The lower part of his body was still inside the hole, meaning he or she must have died trying to crawl out of it and gotten stuck. "Shit, Lester," Alex said. "It's good news," I said with a shaky voice. "It means we're going to get out." We sat down next to the remains, first to examine it and then move it so that we could enter the small opening. The skull was lying face down, but based on the color of the bones, we immediately saw that his skeleton wasn't prehistoric. There was no soft tissue left, but as far as skeletons go, it looked rather fresh. Alex reached for the skull and carefully picked it up and held it in front of us. "Give me some light," he said. I shone my flashlight on the face of the skull. It almost looked like it was smiling at us. A big, horrific grin. "Put it away," I said. "Wait," Alex said. "Look at it. There is something." "What?" I asked in a whisper. "Can't you see it?" he asked rhetorically. I was too stressed to see anything particular with it. "It's surprisingly elongated." He turned the skull around. "The back of his head is massive, and look at the top. Not very globular, you see?" I began to see what he was talking about, but my mind didn't grasp what he was trying to tell me. "So?" I said. He turned the skull around so that the face was staring at us again. "Look at its facial structures. Very pronounced. What are you trying to say? Its eyebrows are heavy. Look, Lester. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I think we are looking at the skull of a Neanderthal." "That is crazy," I said, although I could clearly see the similarities from the skulls we had been studying in class. "Look at the bones. It must have died at least within this century." "I know," Alex said. "And yet, this is clearly the skull of a Neanderthal. I know Neanderthal DNA in humans can affect the shape of the skull, but this is something else. Do you think the environment in the cave could have helped preserve the bones this well?" "I don't know. That would be pretty crazy as well, but I can't think of any explanation right now that wouldn't be completely bonkers." With a mixture of fear, confusion, and excitement, we decided to carefully move the remains away from the opening and leave the cave so that we could report our findings to the university. This passage was larger, and we could make our way through it with ease. The worry disappeared from our voices as we crawled, and the excitement over what we had found took over. We did fear what the faculty would say about our amateurish expedition, but surely our discovery would compensate for our foolishness to some degree. We saw the light at the end of the cave, but strangely enough, it was still cold. Alex got out first. "Something is wrong," he said as I exited the cave. I saw what he meant. There were patches of snow in the grass. This was in late August, and it had been one of the warmest summers in recent memory. Dumbfounded, we looked around, trying to figure out what was going on. In front of us, there was a set of large boulders obscuring the view. We slowly walked past them and entered the forest. It seemed thicker than before. "How much time did we spend in that cave?" Alex said, trying to make it sound like a joke, although he was obviously frightened. "It's winter, or it's early spring at least." I looked up at the sun, filtered behind a cover of clouds. "The sun is where it's supposed to be," I said. "Whatever is going on, this is the same day." I reached for my phone. The time and date were as expected, but there was no reception or internet connection. We tried to walk around the cliff we had come out of in an attempt to find our camp, but on the other side, there was nothing to be found. The disorientation I felt trying to comprehend what was happening almost gave me a panic attack. But there wasn't any time to panic. A gunshot echoed through the forest. 2 more followed. We decided to walk towards the sound in the hopes to find someone to talk to. However, we moved slowly so that we would see them before they saw us. We came to a small hill. Sounds of voices came from the other side of it, but we couldn't hear what they were saying. We climbed up on the hill, laid down on top of it, and peeked down. On the ground beneath us, there was a large dead animal covered in thick fur. "That's..." Alex began. "That's a mammoth," I continued. A group of people holding rifles stood around the dead animal. 4 of them were smoking, as far as I could see. They were covered in black cloths, similar to the one we had found in the cave, and they all had hoods on them, which made it difficult to see their faces. They didn't speak any language we had ever heard before. It reminded us of a Khoisan language, but instead of the clicking sounds normal for those languages, it sounded like knocking sounds coming from the bottom of their throats. Both Alex and I had the same impossible thought, that they belonged to the same species as the individual we had found in the cave. One of them blew a whistle. It didn't make any sound that we could hear. But a minute later, 4 large animals came out of the woods. "What are those?" I whispered. They were big as grizzly bears, but had wolf-like faces. Some of them began barking. I think they're dogs," Alex said. "Have you ever seen a dog like that before?" I said. "Look around you, Lester." Alex paused, as to think of the best way to explain it to my frantic mind. "Don't you get it? I know it's fucking insane, but just consider what all of this is pointing to. Those people aren't humans, man." "What are you on about?" I said, trying to deny his conclusion to the bitter end. "Are you really saying they had half a language? And going by the way they're moving their hands, parts of it are sign language." Alex was way ahead of me already. "Are you suggesting we have traveled back to the Neolithic age?" No, they have guns. As you said, this is the same day. It's just not the same Earth. I don't think Homo sapiens led them to extinction here. This is incredibly fascinating, Lester. I can't believe it. It feels like I'm dreaming. But you're seeing the same thing, right? I'm not lying in that cave, slowly dying from carbon monoxide poisoning, am I? "No, I'm seeing it too," I said. "Well, look at them. They domesticated the dog, but they bred them into something different than we did. And look, they didn't exterminate the megafauna. That points to a smaller population like we always suspected." I still didn't know what to think, but I began to entertain the idea. "It could explain the weather as well," I said, while I watched how one of the presumed Neanderthals patted one of the huge dogs. A smaller population of hominoids during 40,000 years would have meant a much smaller amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and... Something growled behind us, and then it barked. Our blood ran cold. I looked behind us, one of the large hounds had found us. "Lester?" Alex whispered as our eyes met. The beast charged at us. We had no choice but to run down the hill or right into the arms of the cloaked men. They gathered around us, pointing their rifles at us. They were huge, much larger than a typical man, or rather, human. Their knocking sounds coming from deep inside their throats was mixed in with the deep sounds that didn't resemble any language I had ever heard. From what I could tell by their hand movements and agitation in their voices, they seemed just as distressed as Alex and I. Their faces were shadowed by their hoods, but I could still see they had the typical Neanderthal facial structures. My thoughts, still having trouble accepting what was happening, was in a disarray. "What will they do?" I heard myself ask. As soon as I opened my mouth, one of the Neanderthals yelled something at us.
"Halufska!"
We both interpreted as something similar to "hands up," and fell on our knees and raised our hands. "It all depends what happened to Homo sapiens in this world," Alex whispered. "If they see our species as mortal enemies, we might be doomed. But if we died out thousands of years ago, they'll probably want to keep us alive." The man that had yelled lit what looked like a mixture between a cigarette and a cigar with a large match. I tried to assess their level of technology. The rifles, clearly made for hunting, didn't have scopes, only iron sights. My first thought was that this indicated a lower technological level than the one we had at home. But then I realized that it might rather be a result of their larger eyes and areas of the brain devoted to vision. Maybe they simply didn't need scopes because of their superior sight. They talked for some time, and then one of them went away for a while and came back with some ropes that they used to tie our hands behind our backs. They didn't intend on killing us. Not right away anyway. If this said anything about the fate of Homo sapiens in this world, it was unclear though. They led us away, seemingly abandoning the animal that they had just killed. Maybe finding us was more valuable to them. "They've invented the combustion engine," Alex exclaimed. He was right. A vehicle stood on a dirt road in front of us. It had 8 wheels, 6 at the back and 2 in the front, and resembled a diesel locomotive more than a truck. It was completely black, just like their clothes. They opened the back doors and pushed us inside the storage space. There was a smell of dead animals and gasoline. We were placed next to each other on a bench attached to the wall, and 2 of the Neanderthals sat down in front of us, looking at us constantly. The only light came from 2 small windows on the back door. The truck began to move. "I wonder what they'll think about our cell phones," Alex said. The Neanderthals each lit one of the big cigarettes, and the glow from them lit up their strong faces. One of them had green eyes. "They're smoking a lot," Alex whispered. "Research shows that Neanderthal DNA may account for nicotine addiction." "Yes," I said. "And depression." "You think they're depressed?" Alex smiled, but the fear in his eyes didn't go away. We couldn't see anything outside, except that the sun was setting, but we felt the bumps in the road as the truck drove forward at a pretty high speed. After some time, the road became smooth. Had we reached a highway? It was hard to tell. We couldn't hear any other vehicles outside. Wherever we were going, it was far away. We didn't stop until 3 or 4 hours later. It must have been in the middle of the night, but we didn't get to see the night sky. When the back doors were opened, we stepped out inside of a large garage. There were a lot of black vehicles parked under the high ceilings, but none of them looked like the one we had come with. These vehicles were smaller, like cars, all black. I guess that this place wasn't where they usually went. The architecture was similar to Soviet-era brutalism and was as devoid of colors as everything else in this place. After what we had already seen, I wasn't surprised to discover that they had mastered electricity. However, they didn't use fluorescent lights, as in a modern garage, but rather pretty dim, but still large lamps hanging from the ceiling. Again, I came to think of their better vision. One of the hunters used a radio attached to the dashboard of their truck. After half an hour or so, a small door opened, the sound of it echoing through the garage. 3 people, a bit smaller, walked out of it. The group that had captured us pushed us in our backs so that we were straight in our backs. This seemed to be important to them, as they did it themselves as well. The new people didn't wear the same clothes as our captors. They still covered their faces, not with hoods, but with thin black veils. As they got closer to us, I could tell that they were women. They looked at us, obviously fascinated. One of them picked up what looked like a walkie-talkie and said something to it without taking her eyes off us. Carefully, her colleague reached out and knocked on my helmet that I was still wearing. We must have looked completely alien to them in our colorful gear and equipment. Although the women were smaller than the men, they were still much stronger than us. One of them led the men to another door, perhaps for questioning, and the other 2, holding what looked like electric batons, took me and Alexander back to the room they had exited. We stepped into an elevator. Unlike the elevators we were used to, this one was merely a platform. My clothes scraped against the grey concrete walls of the shaft as we went up. Looking up, I could tell the building was tall. One of the women controlled the elevator with a lever rather than just pressing a button. It was all clunky and cumbersome, but remarkably effective. They took us to a small room similar to an interrogation room and had us sit down on 2 large chairs. A commotion took place outside of the room. People were running back and forth, talking to each other and into their radios. This scenario was nothing they had planned for. Different women entered the room from time to time. Some of them tried to talk to us. Some just wanted to take a look. We sat in this room for hours. After that, 2 male guards took us to yet another room. It looked like a locker room that had been cleared out for our sake. They seized our belongings. Alex took his helmet off and gave it to the woman who had knocked on it, and then he carefully turned on the headlight to show her how it worked. They didn't seem too surprised by it. Most likely, they had similar devices. The colorful plastic interested them much more, which I took as a sign that their technological level was maybe 100 or 50 years behind ours. Plastic, Alex said without being understood. They stripped off our clothes and pointed to a shower in the middle of the room. We placed ourselves there and one of the guards turned on the water. It was too cold, but overall they didn't seem to want to cause us any pain. After the shower, we were given a pair of yellow overalls to wear. In the next room, this one looked like a classroom, we were brought to the desk at the front. A group of women wearing protective masks had put our smartphones on the desk. Alex took his phone and unlocked it. This was the first time these people would see our level of technology. If they see this, he said to me, if they see how advanced we are compared to them, they'll let us live. He tried to be as pedagogical as he could, showing them the display as he pressed on the different apps. Of course, there wasn't any internet connection, so he couldn't show them anything online. Their eyes were transfixed on the colorful display. The males, who didn't seem to be allowed to do anything else but to stand guard, peeked down at the display in wonder. Alex smiled at the attention, almost as if he was proud. But I felt severely uneasy. He opened his gallery and showed them a video he had taken at a large climate change protest he had attended in New York. The Neanderthals' fascination turned into worry as they watched the skyscrapers and the hundreds of thousands of people marching down the streets. After this, one of the women looked at us suspiciously as she picked up a phone on the wall and called someone. After some deliberation, 2 women with batons led us into the elevator again. This time, we stopped at the last floor, maybe 200 meters above the surface. They took us through a corridor with what looked like office doors to the side. To my disappointment, there were no windows. A few other women stepped out of their offices and looked at us as we passed, equally mesmerized as they were scared. At the end of the hallway, There was a door that led into a room of greater importance than the other rooms. There was some text next to the door. I couldn't tell if the characters were phonetic or logographic, but at least they didn't look like hieroglyphs. One of the women pressed a button in the middle of the door. It didn't make any sound, but that was probably some sort of doorbell. While we waited for the door to open, a faint alarm could be heard from somewhere nearby. Probably outside, and 1 minute later, the building began to shake a little. I looked at Alex, who looked back at me, but it didn't seem to face the Neanderthals. The door opened automatically. We were pushed inside the room. It was big, just like everything else. A black carpet, the skin of some animal, covered the floor, and a heavy desk stood in front of us. Behind it, another woman was sitting. Unlike the others, she didn't cover her face. Her hair was red, and her eyes were blue. She wore something similar to a jumpsuit. Not black, but light gray. She inhaled the smoke of a wooden pipe, rather than one of those cigarettes. And as she exhaled, I could smell that she was smoking a mix of tobacco and marijuana. Behind her, there was a large window, but nothing but darkness could be seen outside. There were no electric lights, which meant we weren't in a city. Perhaps, I thought, they didn't even have cities. The women who brought us here placed their batons at the fold of our knees, giving us an electric shock so that we fell in front of the massive desk. Alex yelled out in pain, but didn't look as scared as I was. My body trembled with fear. The woman sitting behind the desk got up from her chair and walked over to us. They spoke over our heads while we remained silent. They wouldn't understand us anyway. They won't harm us, Alex said. We're too valuable for them. I don't want to be locked up in a laboratory, I said. We will find a way, Alex began, but was interrupted by the woman that seemed to be in charge. She gestured toward us in a way that made it clear she wanted us to stand up. Alex got up, but for some reason, I couldn't move. One of the women grabbed my arm and more or less lifted me up on my feet in one swift moment. Their commander, or whatever she was to them, said something. The context didn't allow us to figure out what it was, other than maybe a question. She led us to one of the halls between two bookshelves filled with what looked like screw-bound books. There was a world map. At first glance, it didn't look like Earth. Alex took a hesitant step forward, and when the woman didn't seem to mind, I did too. I don't get it, I said, way too stressed to think clearly. The woman said something to us again, but this time it sounded more like a command. She probably wanted to know where we came from. Alex put his finger on the map. This is Africa, he said. It wasn't until he said that I saw it. The map had a completely different orientation. Firstly, it was a south-up map, meaning upside down from our perspective. Secondly, it was a little bit off-center, putting Central Europe right in the middle. And thirdly, the sizes of the landmasses were displayed a bit differently. Since we couldn't explain where we came from, Alex tried to give the woman the location of our species' origin instead. By the look of her face, she didn't seem to believe us. Still, she let us study the map while she studied us. Look, Alex said. There are no borders. They don't have countries, I said. But what about these pictograms? Small black skulls displayed from the side was spread all over the map. Dotted circles of different sizes surrounded them. Are they some kind of death zones? You're anthropomorphizing. I don't think they symbolize death here, but rather themselves. Maybe they're cities or some kind of city-states. And look there. He pointed at what would have been Russia in our world. Those skulls are red. And wow, they're different, you see? What does it mean? Are you suggesting? I asked. Denisovans. It makes sense if you think about it. With a smaller population, the Neanderthals never drove the other hominid species to extinction. This is unreal. Alex's fascination overshadowed all of his fear. Look, there's a red line going alongside the Ural Mountains, and behind it, the Denisovans live. All the way to Australia, I said. But look here, Alex said without listening to me. He placed his finger at Indonesia. This blue region, the skulls there are different too. Can you see it? Homo floresiensis, I whispered. You bet. The black skulls, the Neanderthals, dominated Europe, Africa, and most of the New World, while the Denisovans seemed to rule Asia, together with a small area dominated by Homo floresiensis. The ice caps were, as expected, larger than in our world, but it didn't seem to prevent the Neanderthals from living close to the North Pole. They even had cities in Greenland, although their total amount of cities was smaller than the amount in most countries in our world. The woman, watching us carefully while we inspected the map, took a puff of her pipe and blew the smoke in our faces. Then, she returned to her desk and picked up what looked like a mouthpiece and made a call with the device it was connected to. She spoke aggressively to the person at the other end of the call. The alarm from outside that we had heard earlier, sounding like a mechanical Swedish cow horn, came back again. This time, it sounded louder. Probably because we stood so close to a window. The woman didn't seem to care about it, but she raised her voice a little to compensate for the noise. Some electric lights turned on outside, but they didn't reveal much. About a minute or two later, huge flames erupted a couple 100 meters away, and a few seconds later, a rumble reached us. A rocket! Alex exclaimed. We couldn't see the body of it in the darkness, but the flame beneath it indicated a launch. The question is, I said, is it headed for space? Or the Denisovans? After this meeting, the purpose of which we couldn't understand, we were taken to a large cave system beneath the tower structure. It soon became apparent to us that it was a mine combined with a subterranean prison camp. The conditions were, to say the least, hellish. There were hundreds of cells carved out in the bedrock, covered with prison bars, some of them filled with 4 to 5 people. They were all wearing yellow overalls, just like us, which made my heart sink to my stomach. Denisovans, Alex whispered. He was right. Most of the prisoners weren't Neanderthals. They looked at us with what looked like confusion in their eyes as we walked past the cells. It was dark, the only light coming from small lamps hanging from the lines in the ceiling. And it smelled of burnt rubber, tobacco, and excrements. Prisoners walked in columns, while cloaked Neanderthal men whipped them from behind, ordering them to move forward. They were all carrying shovels, pickaxes, hammers, chisels, and pans. Do you think they're done with us now? I said. Do you think this is where we'll end up? They have seen the proof. They know about our world. Either they might try to reach it themselves and discard of us, or they might need us to help them with their mission. I don't know, Lester. They unlocked a cell that had a pretty good view over the mine and pushed us inside. During the night, all we could do was to listen to the echoes of the pickaxes, the whips, and the Denisovan screams. Poor beings, I said. I'm sure there's a similar cave in Asia filled with Neanderthals. Alex said. There's a certain balance here, you know? What do you mean? I asked. Everyone has their corner of the world, he said. The animals aren't being systematically brought to extinction, and the environment isn't being destroyed. It just took a few Homo sapiens escaping Africa to ruin all of it. We spread like a wildfire. What happened to us here? I mean, to our species? I don't know, Alex said. Perhaps we never evolved. We talked about this the entire night, until a prison guard came by with some food and water. The food resembled porridge and had no meat in it aside from a few larvae. It was utterly disgusting. We lived like this for about 3 weeks, unable to leave the cell. We had to do our business in a bucket that was emptied once a week. It was as humiliating as it was repulsive. I feared we would die from dysentery. Finally, one of the women from the tower, accompanied by a group of armed prison guards, came down to us. She looked at us with dismay in her eyes, although it was difficult to know exactly what emotions the Neanderthals were showing with their expressions. They led us outside. The daylight hurt our eyes, even though it was filtered through a thick mist. We stepped out on a large square beneath the tower. I looked up and saw the structure, completely black, disappear into the fog above. A group of Neanderthal men, maybe 50, stood in formation in the middle of the square, while a woman stood in front of them, talking and gesturing. These Neanderthals dressed differently from the ones we had seen so far. They had black metal helmets and were armed with rifles with somewhat shorter barrels. Soldiers, I thought. My God, Alex said as he pointed at the sky. Out of the mist, accompanied by the deep sound of a horn being blown not far from us, a huge airship resembling a pitch-black zeppelin descended. Some of the soldiers spread out and grabbed the lines that were thrown from them and helped it land in the middle of the square. The rest of the soldiers formed 2 lines next to the entrance of the ship, and their commander placed herself in the middle, ready to welcome the people who had just arrived. We were led forward until we stood behind the commander. It became clear the ship had arrived because of us. Most likely, it was a group of higher-ups that wanted to investigate us by themselves. We looked on with anticipation as the doors opened. Another group of women exited the ship, dressed in red uniforms that looked a bit more decorated than the one we had seen so far, and walked toward us. The commander in front of us saluted them by bowing, as did the soldiers. By reflex, I did the same thing. But Alex remained still. The new group examined us closely. One of them stared Alex down while she grabbed his chin and turned his face left to right. I was scared out of my mind. I couldn't imagine a way out of this. A group of soldiers came out of the airship, joining the others. It was clear that our arrival was considered a high priority, that the security at the site was being enforced. Another black vehicle, this time the size of a bus, drove up to us from an arched opening at the other side of the square. We were forced to enter it, together with the women and 5 soldiers. This time, we could see out the windows. They didn't drive us very far, just to another location on the site. The large dark buildings, including the tower, felt desolated and dismal. Further away, we could see another rocket being moved to the launch pad. Looks like a V2, Alex whispered. Probably a missile. I wonder what the payload is, I said. It's probably not made for mass destruction, Alex said. There aren't any large populations here. Think about it for a second. They've probably never encountered an army of more than 10,000 soldiers. Maybe not even that. They never had their battle of the Somme. Look at their weapons. They aren't automatic. I don't think they've ever had a reason to massacre thousands upon thousands of enemy forces with machine guns, you know? The bus stopped on a metal platform, patrolled by one of the prison guards that descended into the ground. It took us to an underground road, as broad as a highway that was illuminated by dim green lights in the ceiling. The bus drove over a bridge. Tons of water flowed down from above on both sides. The roar of the waterfall was deafening, and the mist rising from underneath engulfed the vehicle. It's amazing how much they've built, Alex said. Using slaves, you can accomplish anything, I said sarcastically. The bus stopped on the other side of the bridge. First, I didn't understand why, since we were still in the middle of the road. But then I noticed the small door to our right side. One of the women got up and pointed at Alex. A confusion came upon his face. A soldier stood up and grabbed his arm, saying something to him we couldn't understand. Wait, where are you taking him? I asked naively as they took him off the bus. Alex! Alex! It's okay, Alex yelled. They won't harm us. We're too valuable. You know where I'm being held. Find me. He was halfway out when he finished his sentence. I put my hands on the window as I watched him enter the room with him. Alex! I yelled, and then I whispered to myself, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I did my best to memorize everything I saw, and in what order I saw it, so I could find my way back to that door. Further down the road, a group of Denisovan slaves had to step aside to let the bus pass. Their faces were covered with soot and sweat. 10 minutes later, the bus entered a smaller road, blocked by a road boom barrier that opened after one of the soldiers stepped outside and pulled the lever. The road ahead was a downward spiral that led to what looked like the garage from earlier, except this one was guarded by soldiers. Why had I been taken to such a secure location when Alex was taken to a small anonymous room? I couldn't figure it out. But my gut told me it wasn't a good sign. After going down a few floors with an elevator, I was brought to what looked like a scientific facility. The walls were white here, rather than the typical gray, and a lot of the personnel wore red protective masks. They placed me in a small chamber, dressed me down completely, and washed my malnourished body with a large hose. The cold water made my body shudder and numb. When they were done, they set me down on top of an examining table in another room. My teeth chattered against each other. I felt hopeless and began to cry. The last time I cried was when my girlfriend broke up with me in 7th grade. The Neanderthals took a step back when they saw me bawl my eyes out. One of the researchers took a cotton swab and collected some of my tears. They checked all the basics: my reflexes, my heart, my ears, my eyes, and, embarrassingly enough, my genitals. Aside from the last part, it wasn't much different from a checkup at the doctor's office. The officers consulted with the researchers for a few minutes, and then I was taken to yet another room. It was completely circular. It didn't have prison bars, just a large window made out of enforced glass, but it was clearly a cell. It only contained a bunk bed and a big stool that I soon figured out was a toilet. Luckily, I was able to flush it. As soon as I entered the room, the door was locked behind me. I stepped up to the window. They were all standing on the other side, watching me. One of the officers lit a cigarette. A loudspeaker in the ceiling cracked to life, and a voice began speaking. "I can't understand you," I yelled. Of course, they knew that. Most likely, they were only testing the system. I had studied the remains of their species for years, always imagining them in a Neolithic context as troglodytes wielding spears. Now, as they looked down on my naked body, dressed in their fancy uniforms, the tables had turned. Here, I was the prehistoric caveman, reappearing from a long-forgotten past. The food they gave me here was a little better than the food we were given before. It was mostly vegetarian, although sometimes it contained meat. Perhaps mammoth. But I didn't like it that much. It was, according to my standards, undercooked. I was kept inside this room for a long time, constantly monitored. Every day followed the same routine. First, they tested my physical durability and strength, trying to determine my limits. Then they tested my cognition with different kinds of problem-solving tests, similar to standard IQ tests. And lastly, they interrogated me with different methods. The most successful way to communicate was by drawing. I wasn't a very skilled painter, but I was still able to explain certain basic concepts. I did try to learn as much as I could about their language during this time though. I was even given a lexicon, but it was extremely difficult. I couldn't understand more than a few words, signs, and names. I had some success in translating their numerical system. The main difference was that they didn't use the decimal system, but the duodecimal system. Their objectives with communicating with me seemed to be able to understand the technology we had brought with us and where we came from. They always gave me our phones, both mine and Alex's, and instructed me to explain. Their batteries had died, which they seemed to understand, but they didn't believe me when I claimed to be ignorant about how to charge them up again. I did, however, draw communication satellites orbiting a globe, and although that was beyond their current level of technology, the idea didn't seem completely alien to them. If anything, they seemed rather impressed by it, as if they had just begun to think about such things themselves. As to my place of origin, I deliberately lied to keep them from blocking the passage for me in case I would be able to escape later on. Interestingly enough, they never resorted to torture. They appeared to care a lot about my health, even though I was still losing weight at an alarming rate. One day, during one of the interrogations, they showed me black and white photographs of fossils. On one of them, there was a skull. It had belonged to an anatomically modern Homo sapien. The interrogator put a world map on the table and pointed to an area in East Africa. I nodded and inspected the region more closely than I had done before. To my surprise, I noticed a pair of large lakes, but still tiny on the map, in the vicinity of what would have been Tanzania in my world. First, I didn't think much of it. But after I returned to my room later, I thought about them a great deal. They didn't belong there. I couldn't be entirely sure, because I didn't have a perfect picture of the world map in my head. But I became more or less convinced that those lakes weren't part of my world. Perhaps, I thought, they were the point of divergence. Maybe they were craters. Something must have hit us in this world before we had time to leave Africa, I thought, but after the ancestors of the Neanderthals did. I opened my eyes and said out loud, "My God, we went extinct." After a month or two, I hadn't learned how their calendar worked, so I'm not sure what unit of time they would have used. The doors opened in the middle of the night. I could see the silhouettes of the researchers and officers on the other side of the window. A red light lit them from behind, and the shadow of a cigarette smoke rose to the ceiling. A small, dark figure entered the room. A loud voice came from the speakers. It wasn't speaking to me, but to the figure that had just come inside my room. My heartbeat went into overdrive, and I thought it was going to burst out of my chest. I hid under my covers as the figure stepped into the red light coming from the window. I saw that it was a girl. Given how much smaller she was compared to the other women, and how youthful she looked, it became clear to me that she was a teenager, not older than 16 years old. It didn't take long for me to understand what was going on. Their reproductive ethics were nothing like my own. I quickly got up from the bed, covering my naked body with the covers, and walked over to the window. "You can't do this," I yelled, banging on the glass with both of my hands. "Get her out of here, please." It was hopeless. I tried to open the door, but it was locked as usual. The girl hid away in a corner when she saw me, and I hid away at the other end of the room. The speaker kept talking, and after a few minutes, the Neanderthal girl tried to approach me. She slowly walked toward me, but as soon as she came too close, I quickly ran to the other side of the room. Was she forced somehow? Perhaps they threatened her family? Or had she volunteered out of honor? It didn't matter. I was being forced. They had tested my abilities, compared my hereditary potential to their own, and decided to mix their species with mine to create a superior being. Perhaps to finally outcompete the Denisovans. You don't understand, I yelled. It's a mistake. You're dooming yourself into oblivion. I didn't know how to explain it so that they could understand. I kept running away from the girl as soon as she came close. In the morning, when the lights turned on, I could see her more properly. She was wearing thin fabrics, revealing her naked body underneath, and her hair was black. She looked sad, but there were no tears in her big eyes. Her rapid breathing made it clear to me that she was just as afraid as I was, if not more. They didn't feed me, nor the girl this day. I began to cry for the second time in this place. They knew what they were doing. No food or water, until... Realizing this, the futility of it all, I once more banged on the window. She's a child, goddammit! My voice echoed into nothingness. The Neanderthal commander lit a cigarette. According to these people, I had to assume it didn't matter how young the girl was, as long as she was fertile. I refused. For 3 days. Both the girl and I was dying of thirst. Most likely, they wouldn't let me die, but I was pretty sure they would sacrifice her. In the end, I couldn't let that happen. During the 3 days, I tried to communicate with the girl. Of course, we didn't understand each other, but we did learn each other's names. Her name was Dura. I cried for the 3rd time during the act. I shut my eyes and tried to imagine something, someone else. But, of course, there wasn't any pleasure. All I felt was anger toward my captors that silently watched us. On the 4th day, they came inside and got the girl. I tried to tell her I was sorry, and although she didn't understand my words, I think she understood. The next day, I was given a pretty substantial meal. This time, they even added fruits. They looked alien to me, but I wasn't surprised by that. Most fruits I was used to had been domesticated, cultivated for millennia by humans. It was natural for another hominid species to do it differently than us. There was a bitter taste to most of the fruits, but it was still an improvement to what I've been given so far. Several months passed. I did my best to forget about Dura, constantly trying to convince myself that I didn't have a choice. The endless examinations and interrogations continued. From time to time, new officers and researchers arrived to pick my mind. I always complied. Occasionally, I tried to ask them about the whereabouts of Alex, but without success. Each time they took me to the examination room, I tried to find weaknesses in their security. I counted the guards, the doors, and tried to come up with a plan to escape. But in my weakened condition, and given their superior physical strength, I didn't have a chance. I slowly gave up, crying myself to sleep every night. But one of those nights, everything changed. I was awakened by the sound of a gunshot. Someone screamed. And then there was another gunshot. Everything went silent for a minute. I sat up and tried to listen. Nothing. All I heard was my frozen breath. Then the door to my room opened. A heavily cloaked and veiled figure appeared. "Who's there?" I asked. The figure grabbed my arm. I tried to fight it off, but then I saw who it was. It was Dura. She wanted me to come with her. Although I was confused about what was going on, my instinct immediately told me to take this opportunity. I covered my body with the bedclothes and followed her down the corridor. She was wearing one of the soldiers' guns. I had no idea how she got her hands on it, but given the circumstances, it was clear to me that she had escaped somehow. A researcher, shot to death, lay in a pool of blood on the floor. Dura was quick, although I could only see her eyes under her hood. I could tell she was determined and that her life depended on her success in this attempt. As to why she had chosen to save me, if that was what she was doing, I had no idea. She had stolen some kind of card and opened door after door. She stopped and signaled me to do the same. Around the corner, I could hear radio chatter. Dura shut her eyes for a few seconds. Then she loaded the rifle in a swift motion and stepped around the corner and pulled the trigger. Shit, 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 I whispered to myself as I followed Dura around the corner. The guard was shot in the head, right between the eyes, and blocked the door to the elevator that had brought us to this place. She picked up the rifle, checked if it was loaded, and gave it to me without hesitation. It was heavy, but that might just have been because of my weakened condition. As soon as Dura pulled the lever to the elevator, an alarm sounded and red light filled the corridor. Her escape must have been reported now. Just before the platform descended, a group of guards came running towards us. Luckily, this elevator had a roof which made it impossible for them to shoot down at us from above. Dura reloaded her rifle again, and when we approached the bottom floor, the garage, she sat down and pointed the rifle in front of her. She gestured toward me, seemingly telling me to sit down behind her. I was too afraid, or too frantic, to use the rifle in my hand. I just covered behind her. The alarm echoed through the garage. 4 guards waited for us a few meters away. Dura immediately shot one of them and ran to the right. I followed. The other 3 guards yelled and began chasing us. They both fired upon us, but missed, or perhaps more likely chose not to hit me because they wanted me alive. I turned around and fired my rifle, holding it to my belly, hitting one of the guards in the leg. It was pure luck. I hadn't aimed at all. Dura stopped next to one of the cars, shut the door handle with her rifle, and entered it. I sat down next to her. I could see more guards exit the elevator. However, as Dura drove off, ramming the road barrier, the guards didn't try to come after us. I hyperventilated as Dura sped up to almost 100 miles per hour. The engine rumbled and roared like an angry beast. Dura steered to the side, and half a second later, a group of Denisovan slaves swished past us. They were walking in the middle of the road. Next, I saw the door to the room where they had taken Alex. I yelled for Dura to stop, pointing at the side of the tunnel. She looked at me confused. We didn't have any time to stop. I felt like I betrayed my friend, but I didn't have a choice. Most likely, I thought, they had taken him somewhere else by now anyway. We came upon the bridge from earlier. The sound of the falling water drowned the sound of the raging engine of the car. Dura hit the brakes hard. I almost flew through the windshield. We spun out of control on the wet, slippery road, and then, in an instant, came to a full stop. Dura stepped out on the road. I didn't understand what was happening until I got out. The water vapor formed such a thick mist around us that it was difficult to breathe. And behind all that mist, on the other side of the bridge, I saw it. A barricade had been set up to stop us. Dura stood in front of me, her rifle over her shoulder, and stared at the shadows behind the mist. We couldn't go back from where we had come. I had no idea how we would get out of this situation. Dura didn't share my uncertainty. She turned around and walked toward me with assertive steps. I was confused, scared, and ready to give up. But Dura still seemed to know exactly what she was doing. She grabbed my hand, said something I couldn't understand, and dragged me to the ledge of the bridge. Without hesitation, she climbed up on it. I looked around. The cars on the other end of the bridge started their engines. They knew what was going on, and so did I, even though I didn't want to believe it. I climbed up next to Dura. I took her small hand in my own and looked her in her eyes. And then we jumped. We resurfaced inside of a warm underground pool. I climbed out of the water and helped Dura, who couldn't swim with all her thick clothes, on shore. She still had her rifle, but I lost mine. A blue, ultraviolet light shone down on us from the ceiling. I froze in my place as I looked around. The room, reminiscent of a Turkish bath, was filled with naked Neanderthal women. They laid spread out on carved rocks or floated around on their backs in the water, smoking long pipes. After a few seconds, I noticed that they didn't care about us. They were high out of their minds from whatever they were smoking. An opium den, I said to myself in disbelief. Dura, now limping on her left leg, began walking. One of the women grabbed her leg with a weak grip. Dura pointed her rifle at her and pulled the trigger with no hesitation. But nothing happened. The ammunition must have been ruined under the water. She turned the rifle around and hit the woman in the head with it. No one reacted. There were a set of red clothes on the wall. Dura pointed at them. I put them on and covered my face. It wouldn't fool anyone for long, but maybe it would buy me a few extra seconds. We sneaked up on the flight of stairs and entered an empty corridor. We turned the corner just to find another empty corridor. Then we walked up another set of stairs and entered a third equally empty corridor. It was a maze. From time to time, we passed a few civilians or workers who weren't on duty. They didn't seem to know who we were. Probably I had been kept a secret to everyone except a selected few. We stepped into a long hallway with armed guards at the other end. Both walls had rows of hollowed-out, barred alcoves filled with Denisovian prisoners, all of them yelling and wailing. From what I could tell, they had been recently captured and their spirits weren't entirely broken yet. The guards shouted at us as they saw us. One of them picked up his radio from his belt and yelled something into it. We tried going back, but stopped in our tracks as we heard more guards coming from that direction. Once again, we were trapped. The guards on the other end were joined by a group of soldiers that began walking through the hallway towards us. We didn't have anything to defend ourselves with. I was sure this was it, the end of our futile attempt at escaping. Dura, too short to reach it, pointed at what looked like a set of controls on the wall. At first, I didn't react. Not because it was difficult to understand, but because I was too stressed to think. Dura shouted at me. I snapped out of my paralysis and grabbed the biggest lever on the panel, but Dura kept trying to tell me something. I was doing it wrong somehow. I had to stop, look at the panel and think. An almost impossible task. Next to the lever, there were sets of metal switches. Without thinking about what they could be, I began flipping all of them in a frantic motion. Dura leaned her head against the wall and closed her eyes. It was time to pull the lever. Although all of this happened in less than a minute, it felt like an eternity. I thought the lever was stuck at first, but it was only I who was weaker than I had ever been before. The soldiers started running towards us and even fired at me. They probably didn't follow their orders, given that they had avoided firing at me before, but rather acted out of fear of what I was doing. The bullets bounced off the walls next to my head. I screamed, grabbed the lever with my other hand, as well as used my body weight to pull it down. It worked. I had no idea what would happen, but I did not have to wait long to find out. The cells, represented by the switches, opened up, and the prisoners leached out and turned on their tormentors. In the chaos that followed, Dura took me by the hand and sneaked past everything. In the middle of the hallway, close to the door, there was a ventilation shaft. Dura grabbed a rifle from a soldier being attacked by a Denisovan and kicked open the shaft. We crawled inside. The echo from the screams faded away as we went forward. The air flowing through it was ice cold. After some time, we passed above a room where two researchers examined something on a large round table. I stopped and looked down the air vent. Alex? The researchers looked up at me. Their mouths were covered with surgical masks. My heart dropped to my feet. Alex's naked body was strapped to the table, like a macabre version of the Vitruvian Man. His head was missing. Dura, who crawled in front of me, gestured to me to continue. I had no choice but to comply. My God, he's dead, I whispered, trying to hold my tears back. Maybe he had died by mistake, or they had chosen to examine his body while they focused on my mind. A numbness came over me. It suppressed my panic. My best friend was dead. I heard his words like an echo inside my head as I kept going. There's a certain balance here, you know? We crawled, climbed, and jumped down to different floors. My hands turned freezing cold from the metallic surface, then red, then numb, hard and pale. If I didn't get out of here soon, I would get frostbite. When we finally did get out, we found ourselves inside of the mine. The slaves didn't do anything to stop us. In fact, they acted as they were afraid of us. I felt for them while we ran past them, trying to find our way up to the surface. Their misery knew no limits. Their only crime was belonging to the wrong species, which apparently lay outside of the Neanderthals' circle of empathy. I wondered what life was like in the heart of the Denisovan civilization. The Neanderthal slave drivers, snapping with their long black whips, luckily didn't seem to have been informed about us. We walked on a narrow path. On our right, the miners were hacking away at the bedrock with their heavy pickaxes. And on our left, a deep cliff revealed a dark canyon that must have been carved out by the miners for over a century or more. Slowly, our skin got covered in black grime. One breath felt like smoking an entire pack of cigarettes. On the other end of the chasm, armed soldiers, talking into their radios, shone light from flashlights in the face of everyone to see if it was us. Dura kept going without any sign of giving up, but I couldn't tell if she knew where she was going. All I could tell was that we kept walking upward. After some time of constant walking, she stopped. A deep rumbling noise followed, seemingly coming from the surface. And 1 second later, a few stalactites fell into the abyss from above. It was a rocket launch, I figured, meaning we were finally close to the surface now. Dura remained still for a moment, as if she were contemplating in what direction to go next. Then she said something to me, and went on. We came to a couple of circular stairs. They were cramped and dark, but extending far up from the bottom. Slowly, while I kind of hunched behind her, Dura ascended the stairs. Somewhere in the middle, we heard some radar chatter a few meters further up. It felt like my heart stopped. I held my breath. Dura sat down and checked if her rifle was loaded. Then she pointed it in front of her. The soldier above us must have heard us as well, because he expected us when he came down. He pressed himself against the wall like a shadow. He shot first, but only by a fraction of a second. The sound of the guns was amplified in the staircase. I felt a sting of pain in my shoulder. I was hit. The soldier, with his large hand on his chest, fell down. I touched my shoulder. The bullet had gone right through it, piercing me. Strangely, the pain didn't bother me that much. But that was probably just due to the cold and my shock. For the second time since I arrived here, my eyes had to get used to the daylight after being exposed to nothing more than dim lights for a long time. It looked like we had exited through an emergency exit that wasn't in much use. The tower lay maybe a mile away. This was closer to the launching pad. That was lucky. The area had been evacuated right before the latest launch. Loud sirens blasting a deep and eerie sound could be heard from the tower. They were in a state of red alert, all because of our escape. 2 airships hung in the air with a thin layer of snow on top of them. I looked around. It wasn't summer anymore. A few meters away, there was a parking lot. It was empty, except for a truck. The guard in the staircase must have arrived in it. It was of the same type as the ones the hunters had used. Dura climbed inside. It made sense. We wouldn't have gotten far by foot. However, the road led right through the site. She started the engine, just barely reaching down to the paddles. She gave me the rifle. This was it, the only way out. Soldiers were already approaching. They fired at us, but as soon as we reached full speed, there wasn't much they could do but to watch us race past them. The large truck almost fell over, balancing on the left side as Dura took a sharp curve next to the tower. I pointed the rifle out of the window to my right and fired at a couple of soldiers entering 3 cars that resembled black Ferraris from the 80s. But I didn't hit any of them. We smashed right through the gate that led out of the site while the guards jumped away from it. Thankfully, no one seemed too eager to shoot to kill, which made our escape a lot easier than it otherwise would have been. The 3 cars followed us silently. This was the same road the hunters had taken us to after they had captured Alex and I. I kept my eyes open for the hill we had climbed. Would I be able to get back? I had lost a lot of weight since I got here, and would probably fit inside the opening by now, and Dura was definitely small enough. I wasn't about to leave her in this hostile place. Not after she helped me escape. A woolly rhino, amazing to see even in my present condition, stood on the road in front of us. Dura ignored it and kept driving right at it at full speed. She looked at it with determination in her eyes. I was getting nervous. "What are you doing?" I said. "Turn left." I began to point my hand to try and make her understand. She didn't listen. I even tried to turn the steering wheel, but she pushed me away with a forceful growl. And then, only a second or less away from hitting the rhino, she sharply steered to the left. I fell to the side. Dura had known exactly what she was doing. Behind us, there was a loud crash. I peeked out of the window. Our pursuers hadn't seen the rhino and smashed right into it. A fatal frontal collision. The leading car was flying in the air, landing on its roof, and the others rolled over. Dura's decision to sacrifice the rhino, now lying dead on the road, had hopefully bought us the time we needed. "Holy shit," I said, and relaxed a little for the first time since we escaped. I put my hand on my shoulder. It had begun to hurt much more now. Dura took her eyes off the road for a second. When she saw the pain in my face, she looked genuinely concerned. There was a stillness on the road. The moon, a moon with no footsteps on its surface, could faintly be seen against the blue sky, and the sun was soon about to set. It was dusk when I saw the hill. "Stop!" I yelled, and pointed at it. I tried to say a few words in her language to make her understand. She seemed confused, but eventually stopped the truck. There was no time to lose. I pointed at myself and then toward the hill. Then I grabbed her arm and made her follow into the deep forest. We plodded through the snow, almost drowning in it. It would be easier for the soldiers to follow our tracks. I looked back at the road. 2 black spots could be seen in the sky, slowly growing larger. The airships. They were coming for us. I had to find the cave fast, but after all this time, it was difficult to remember exactly where I was. Soon, it would be completely dark. We climbed the hill and went down on the other side. This was close. 15 minutes later, I found it. There was no snow near it, as if it had been melted away due to the hotter air coming out of it. Dura, understandably confused, looked at the small entrance. My arm ached and my entire body was shivering. If I didn't get back to my world soon, I would die of hypothermia. To fit in the opening, and especially the second opening inside, we had to take off as much of our clothes as possible. I tried to communicate this to Dura, but I'm not sure how successful I was. I began taking off her heavy cloaks and capes that she had used to blend in with the guards, while I pointed at the entrance. She just stood there, looking at me with the saddest expression I've ever seen. Her cheeks were red from the cold, and her large nose runny. Her clouded breath was rapid, revealing her fear. When one of the large garments fell off her body, her eyes fell on her belly, and as I looked down on it, I saw why. She was heavily pregnant, carrying our child. There was no way for her to enter the second entrance in that condition. No, 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 I whispered as I began to cry. A million thoughts went through my head. I knew the airships were getting closer for every second. They hadn't seen us yet. It was imperative that they didn't find, or at least took special notice of the cave. I put Dura's clothes back on her. There was no escape for her. She was going to get caught. And I was too scared, too weak. This moment is the one I'm the most ashamed of. She had gone through all of this, trying to save the father of her child and herself. Even though, and maybe because, she was pregnant. And I didn't have the guts to stay at her side in this defining moment. I pointed to the right, tears running down my cheeks, and told her to go in that direction. And then I pointed at myself in the cave. After that, I tried to make her understand that she couldn't tell the soldiers about it. I did this by using a few words in her language that I had learned, and by pointing at the cave, then making the hush sign with my finger. There was no way for me to know if she understood what I meant. I could only hope. Perhaps she thought she would meet up with me on the other side of the cliff. I don't know. But after I yelled at her, she did as I said and walked away. Luckily, the lack of snow outside the cave meant we didn't leave any prints for the soldiers to discover. The only thing I heard as I crawled through the small passage was the echoes of my weeping. I've returned to the cave once a month, and there hadn't been any signs of anyone coming out of it. I've put a large boulder in front of the entrance that can't easily be moved from the inside, and I've leaned some heavy sticks against it to see if anyone moves it. So far, it seems like Dura kept the cave a secret. Oh, Dura. By now, if she survived, my child is 1 year old. Not a day has gone by without me thinking about them. I regret my decision to return to my world without her. But during this year, I've been keeping myself busy. On the table behind me right now, there are a few things that were very difficult to get a hold on. A bunch of automatic rifles and semi-automatic pistols, tons of ammo for them, grenades, a rocket launcher, and a lot more. I'm going back. This time, I'll be ready. I'm going to show them the true nature of Homo sapiens. They won't know what hit them. I'll give them hell. Today, I'm struggling to write this all down. It makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable that I'm the one that has to suggest that what I'm about to tell you might actually be happening. It's very hard not to panic. My mind is overloaded with information that I do not understand the meaning behind, only the consequences of. And those consequences, whether they are happening or not, are terrifying. I know I need to stay calm, as there are still many questions to be answered. Before I lose my mind over what this could all mean, I must remember that there is still a chance that something else is behind all this. Maybe it is simply miscalculations, misunderstandings, possibly even corruption. Whatever it could be, would be better than what it seems to be. I'll start at the beginning, so I can clear my head. I'll try and push past what I'm feeling right now, so I can explain it properly to you. Then, I need to get back out there and figure this whole thing out. It was another long night, roaming the streets of the city. However, this time it paid off, because in the early hours of the morning, I watched a lone hooded figure painting a new message on the side of yet another historical building. From the stance and height, I was sure they were male. I caught him halfway through the piece, so I watched from the other side of the road. It was fascinating actually, watching the mysterious artist at work. The ease in which he painted such beautiful but chillingly styled letters was extremely impressive. He wore a black hoodie and black trousers, not unlike how I myself was dressed in my attempt to blend into the shadows. After 20 minutes, he stepped back to admire his work. It read, "The unseen explosion could lead us to the end." I approached the artist quietly. "I watched you do that," I said, purposefully nonchalantly. He physically jumped, then spun around, his hood slipping off his head. I recognized him immediately, even though he was dressed much more casually than the previous time I had seen him. That mass of black hair, the white eyes. It was the young man I had heard arguing with his father outside the biometric center. You, who are you?" he spluttered, his eyes flashing from shocked to defiant, ready to argue. I held my hands up to signal I wasn't there to attack him, and he shut his mouth. "I'm Haley Bennett. I'm a local writer. Your art has been rather beautiful, by the way." I quickly changed the subject so he wouldn't think too much about my occupation. "Is all this about LaRue?" I asked, keeping my tone relaxed but confident, wanting to give him the impression that I knew what he had been trying to convey. I didn't. The mention of the CEO of the private space company didn't relax him though. "Are you working with LaRue?" he whispered, his head whipping from side to side as he looked around to see if anybody was watching us. I looked too and saw a car parked down the street that hadn't been there 10 minutes before. Maybe he was right to be nervous. "No, I'm not working with him. He's working against me, I think. Listen, shall we go get a drink? I think we could help each other out." It was a bluff, because I probably wasn't capable of anything that could help him. However, I knew that this young man could hold the answers to everything I'd been trying to uncover. He was still looking around, as though he was expecting somebody to jump out at any moment. I heard the rumble of an engine and knew that the car down the road was either going to approach us or simply drive past us any second. It was time to act. "I know a quiet bar where we won't be overheard, and I think we should leave right away." He nodded, so I grabbed his arm and jogged into the grounds of the building he had just painted on. After cutting through, I took us down some side streets, just in case the car was indeed looking for us. Then I led him through the back entrance of the bar. I told him to sit in a corner booth that I knew from experience was well hidden from sight, and I went to the bar and ordered us both expensive double whiskeys. In my pocket, I clicked my dictaphone on to record and took out my notepad so I could reference it. Here's the beginning of the transcribed conversation. "Here, drink this. It'll take the edge off a little. What's your name?" "Nolan." "You seem nervous. I just want you to know that I have nothing to do with LaRue. Well, not through choice at least. I'm investigating some things that have been going around the city. I just want to know the truth. What makes you think I know the truth? How about we start with your messages? When the pound drops, it has begun. The children of the rich will be taken first. The unseen explosion will lead us to the end. They're poetic. Are you a lit student here? Or art? I'm about to start my maths masters. Surprising. Wouldn't it have been more fitting to have written them in equations then? I'm not sure you're taking this seriously. I have no intention of allowing you to waste my time. No, I'm sorry. I was just trying to lighten the mood a little. Listen, why don't I tell you a bit about myself first? You already know that my name is Haley Bennett. I'm a local freelance journalist. Don't wins. I've had my work blocked for the past week, and I know that something big is happening. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what it is. I think you can rest assured that anything you tell me isn't going anywhere, because I seem to have attracted the wrath of Christopher LaRue. I think he's the one stopping all of this from coming out. Why don't you tell me a bit about yourself?
The whiskey seemed to be helping put Nolan at ease a little, because he explained to me that he was an aspiring artist who had been pushed into mathematics by his father, an incredibly wealthy and successful economic risk analyst. Nolan seemed sweet. He was a very gentle young man who was articulate but not condescending, like many of the rich kids in the city are. I could tell he wasn't ready to open up about his messages yet, so I went out on a limb and shared everything I had discovered so far. I told him about Professor Gardner potentially witnessing something unknown in the night sky, and I explained what he had revealed to me about his theory. I told Nolan about his unexpected death and about the ketamine I had detected from the professor's bottle of port. Sharing everything was a risk, I know that. However, I needed to let him know that I wasn't working with whoever he seemed to be rebelling against. He listened to my story intensely, nodding here and there. His eyes were sympathetic and thoughtful. He was quiet for a long time after, and I could tell that he was piecing his own puzzle together. So, I let him think. Before long, he opened up. I could tell by the way it all spilled out of him that he had been desperate to share what he knew, and I hoped I could be an ally to him, as he clearly needed one. I'm not going to directly transcribe my recording from here, because it needs context. Rest assured that it is accurate though. Nolan took a deep breath and let it all out.
I don't know the full ins and outs. What you've told me makes some sense to me. It's hard because Father doesn't tell me everything, so I have limited understanding myself. You are correct though. Something huge is going on. Father, works for Christopher LaRue. Closely. If you know the sort of man that LaRue is, then my father working so closely to him should tell you the sort of man that he is. The engineers at BOS have been designing a spaceship. I don't really know much about it, but it's all very secretive. But I do know it was originally designed to ensure mankind could survive climate change. From what I've picked up, mass amounts of these ships were to build over the next 50 years. The aim was to leave the planet for greener pastures, I suppose. Then, something happened recently that caused a huge number of the scientific community to congregate, and simultaneously, BOS have gone into overdrive. They've stopped all other developments and are purely focusing on this ship. Father probably knows the full details, but he hasn't told me. I don't think he trusts me entirely. I'm somewhat of a disappointment to him. I do know, though, that whatever is happening is going to result in a devastating shift in the economy, a major crash, and LaRue will profit from the whole thing. So,
I said, glad to have some of the mystery becoming clearer.
When the pound drops, it has begun. But what will have begun, Nolan?
He shrugged, clearly frustrated.
I don't have all the answers. They're out there, but I don't have total access to the information. I just know there are going to be some huge shifts in the economy before whatever it is that they have planned is put into action. If they crash the economy, then it will be as devastating for people as whatever it is that's making them think we need to leave the planet. Food shortages, power outages, water stoppages. I don't need to explain to you what that would lead to.
Because I was recording, I decided to keep pushing rather than pause to think about everything it was telling me.
Your next message. The children of the rich will be taken first. Well, again, I don't know the full details. I'll explain the best I can. I have a lot of rich friends. Well, friends probably isn't the right term. I went to the best public school in the United Kingdom, so I grew up with the most privileged people in the entire country. I didn't really get on with most of them, but I am extremely close to one of the boys I went to school with. He means a lot to me. But he's leaving soon.
Nolan paused for a long time. Then, I could see that he was extremely emotional about the subject. So I went to the bar and gave him the chance to take a moment for himself. I ordered more whiskey, not to get the kid drunk, but because this was a conversation that required strong alcohol. When I took it back to him, his eyes were red, but he was composed.
My friend is leaving, indefinitely,
he told me. I didn't quite get what he meant.
Can you explain more? Do you mean that your friend is moving to another country?
He shook his head.
I don't know. It's all such a big mess. He doesn't even know where he's going. All we understand is that he and his sister will be kept from contacting anyone until BOS launch whatever it is they have up their sleeve. We don't know when that is, but we do know that he won't have contact with anyone until then. Not even his parents. Ben and his sisters aren't the only ones either. Others will be joining them. We don't know who or how many, but whatever the reason behind it, it is so secretive that his parents hadn't given him any information. Ben and I think that they must have signed agreements that will be void if they speak out. But to genuinely stop them from speaking out to their own children means that the consequences of doing so must be dire, surely.
Nolan took a deep breath before continuing.
I do have a theory, of course. I believe that BOS are selling tickets onto the ships they are building, that the children of the wealthy will be kept on the ground until the time comes. The urgency of the situation, the speed of which things have progressed, it suggests to me that these tickets are scarce, because although the tech is there to build the ships, the time and money isn't. I think something is coming soon.
I remember the chalkboard in the theater with the absurd total on it.
I saw something that suggested 320 billion pounds.
I told him. He frowned.
That's an impossible amount of money. That would absolutely crash the economy. If this is right, then they couldn't crash the economy and then build the ship. It wouldn't work.
I was out of my depth, but I threw a theory of my own out.
Perhaps they could have taken down payments, deposits, take those paid for into hiding until the final sum is required. Maybe that's why Ben's parents are keeping quiet. What if they lost their places if they told anyone?
Nolan was quiet for a minute.
I'm not sure. I just can't see how it would all work without crashing the economy immediately. I do know that I'm very suspicious about the whole thing though. Ben leaves tomorrow, and as it stands, we have no idea when we might see each other again. He is being collected from Oxford. One thing that surprises me is that I'm not joining him. Father might dislike me, but if there's a way out, he wouldn't leave me behind. I suppose that leads me to your final message,
I said.
The unseen explosion will lead us to the end. What does it mean?
Nolan considered his answer.
Up until this evening, I didn't think this could really be possible. I know, I've tried to speak out, but I don't think I really believed what I wrote tonight. Some of the information you've given me though, it confirms something I read this week. Haley, what do you know about gamma ray bursts? Nothing,
I answered immediately.
I don't have a clue what they are.
Nolan pulled his phone out.
Look at this. He showed me a picture on his phone of the following email. H. Gardner is a problem. If he speaks out in the state he's in, the project credibility will be at risk. I want an estimation of the financial damage it could cause. If it's above what we previously discussed, then get in touch with Madden and tell her to find a way to deal with it before I do. L. I asked him if I could take a picture of it, which he agreed to. Is L LaRue? And who is H? I asked. Yes, it's LaRue, and H is my father. My surname is Houghton. My father is Dennis Houghton. L and H, how very encryptive of them. He actually left his laptop open in his hotel room, here in the city. Can you believe that? I was looking for information on where Ben was going, but this was the only email that made any sense to me. I looked up Gardner after I read it. I know that he is an expert on gamma ray bursts. It was, I suppose, his specialist field. His theory was to do with patterns in detectable gamma ray bursts being a prediction of future ones. I've read some of his papers, and they are phenomenal. The statistics are so low though. When I looked them up, I wasn't entirely certain that the person I read about was the person the ruined father was referring to. But after what you've told me tonight, I think we can both agree that it's the same Gardner. Admittedly, I don't know anything about this discovery you're saying he made. The one you reported on. I do know though, that in March there was a congregation of senior mathematicians and scientists at the Redacted Observatory in Country Redacted. It was kept very quiet, but whispers did get out because one of the lecturers here attended it and it went on for an entire month, so his students had a substitute professor. There were no students or juniors invited, from what we could tell, which is very odd. Such an important conference, but they don't invite those they are training? Extremely strange indeed. From what I can gather, it was only top-level mathematicians and very high-up scientists. If Professor Gardner made a discovery here in the city, then why would he go to Country Redacted? I asked. What does that have to do with anything? The telescope here is old. It's excellent, but in modern-day standards, it isn't the best by far. Maybe Gardner might have been able to detect something special by using it. One of the patterns he had theorized about for so long, for example. I suppose to him, his studies were like the back of his hand. But if whatever he saw was significant enough, then all of those brought in to research it further would have needed a much more powerful telescope. Redacted Observatory is one of the best in the world. The information overload was giving me a headache. Can you spell this out for me, Nolan? Can you tell me exactly what you think is happening? He shook his head, holding his hand up. There is no exactly situation here. I can only theorize with the information you've given me. However, it seems that if what you told me is true, combined with what I already know, then I am able to present a theory. I believe that Gardner may have seen a pattern that night in March that enabled him to predict, accurately in his opinion, that a gamma ray burst will reach Earth. We're all going to burn, he told me. I muttered. Nolan smiled slightly. Well, that was a little bit dramatic of him, perhaps. It's true that, in the event of a powerful gamma ray burst reaching Earth, then the ozone layer would likely be destroyed, meaning the sun's ultraviolet rays would be hitting us directly. No protection from them would cause all sorts of problems. But ultimately, the main damage caused will be the death of plankton in the ocean. I frowned. Plankton? As in algae at the bottom of the sea? Why on earth would that be the main problem? Wouldn't we fry slowly? Or get skin cancer or something? Photosynthetic plankton are the beginning of the food chain. They are responsible for oxygen. Skin cancer would take time to kill, but if photosynthetic plankton was destroyed, which it would be, then it would cause total extinction within months. I paused for a moment, trying to regain myself. I'm sorry, Nolan, but I still don't understand. If this is true, then why would it be kept so quiet? Why wouldn't the experts speak out? Wouldn't the entire world be better off working together to try and find a solution? rather than a very elite few?
Nolan looked confused.
I don't know. That aspect of this entire nonsense is the hardest to believe. But if my father is involved, then something corrupt is going on with money. Maybe the people who are working on this are being paid to stay silent.
I shook my head disbelievingly.
So, the world's best mathematicians and scientists are being paid off to keep the end of the world secret? That doesn't seem at all likely. There would have to be more behind it. I agree, Haley. There's more going on here. There has to be. We can't truly be about to go extinct, can we? The science may appear to point towards it, but the mathematician in me knows the chances of it actually happening are so unlikely. Without more information, it's hard for me to truly worry about anything other than finding out where they are taking Ben. And the others, of course. What if they've made a mistake, and they're about to put them all into hiding for ages, for no reason? How can I stop it? I don't know what to do. Do you think you can help me figure this out?
I found it strange that he thought I would be capable of helping him at all. Now that I had shared everything with him, I didn't know any more than he did. Perhaps, though, he simply didn't want to hold the burden of this investigation on his own. I could relate to that.
I don't know what help I can possibly be.
I told him honestly.
I don't understand a quarter of what you're saying to me. Yet, you had already discovered so much.
He interrupted.
It was all your answers that enabled me to put all of mine together. You might not know the language, but you have a translator. Please, can you help me stop them from taking Ben away from me?
Nolan's love for his friend was clear, and usually I would have forced someone in his position to step away from something they were so emotionally wrapped up in. He was right though. He was a translator for me. He had already been able to explain more than I would have ever thought I would be capable of understanding. I was scared investigating this alone too. Together, maybe we could break this whole thing. So, I agreed to help him. I surprised myself when I managed to form a plan, despite the overwhelming amount of information I had to process. I'll explain to you what we are going to do. Ben is due to be collected from his college in Oxford tomorrow. We don't know very much about it, but we do know that he is going from his college to a top secret destination, where he will remain for the foreseeable future. We can't go all undercover police officer and drive behind, because it is near on impossible to genuinely follow someone in that way undetected. We would either be spotted or we'd lose him. Instead, we're going to try something that may well not work. The only way I could think to give us the best chance of finding where Ben is being taken to is to plant a tracker on whatever vehicle collects him. Together, Nolan and I are going to Oxford tomorrow morning. I've instructed him to make a scene, and then I'm going to slip a simple vehicle tracker on Ben's transport. I will link it up to my GPS. We'll wait a while, then we'll go after them. In theory, it sounds simple. In practice, there are a lot of things that could go wrong. If, for example, Ben is being taken out of the country, then we'll lose him when they reach an airport. If I get caught trying to plant the device, then who knows what will happen. But I can't sit back and do nothing, partly because of Nolan's desperation to try and reach his friend. I want to help him, but also because I am rather desperate myself. I want so much for this entire thing to be a mistake. I just can't fathom the enormity of it all. I want to complete the puzzle, and I want to find out that it's all some financial scam or a huge misunderstanding or something. Anything but a gamma ray burst that'll hit Earth. Because if it is a gamma ray burst, then Professor Gardner was right. The end of the world is imminent. We're all going to burn. I'll update when I know more. I didn't sleep well last night. How could I, after my conversation with Nolan? I was up late, glued to my laptop, as I researched everything I could about gamma ray bursts. When I was finally able to drift off, I had a horrendous nightmare about death rays and the end of the planet. When I woke, my mind was still reeling from everything. I sent an email to Dr. Madden. I asked to meet and designed the email as one that would draw attention.
Subject: bright lights and spaceships. I was reluctant to discuss anything with her after everything that happened last time we spoken. However, I need more answers. The time came to meet Nolan for a road trip to Oxford, and my brain was in full overload. I couldn't make sense of the multiple public theories I had read about, let alone the extra information that only I, you, and an elite few are aware of. Nolan and I met at a cafe, ordering coffees before we planned to set off. As soon as the waiter left our table, an awkward silence descended upon us. I decided to fill it by addressing what was, in my opinion, the elephant in the room. So, Nolan, what actually is a gamma ray burst? He laughed, not unkindly. I suppose I didn't spell it out particularly well last night, did I? Shall I give it another go? Do we have time? I checked my watch and nodded. He took a sip of his coffee. A gamma ray burst is an incredibly intense explosion of radiation. It's largely believed to occur when two collapsing stars collide. It presents as a very large and dangerous beam that can cause a lot of destruction to anything sensitive in its path. Earth, for example, is particularly sensitive. Well, life on Earth is particularly sensitive, I should say. I decided to test what I thought I had learned last night. Am I correct in thinking that, in order for a gamma ray burst to actually hit Earth, the situation would have to be very exact, incredibly specific positioning of a star system that is in the last phases of its life, like WR10 something? Nolan raised his eyebrows at me, impressed with my name drop. WR104, you mean? Nice. So in the instance of a WR104, we have two stars that are locked in a binary orbit. One of those stars is a Wolf-Rayet star. End of its life, about to go supernova. And the collision of the two stars will create a black hole? I offered. Spot on, Haley. What you have just described will definitely happen. The question is, when will it happen? I checked my watch and saw that it was time to make a move. Let's pick this up later. If we want to beat rush hour, we need to get going. I signaled for the bill and got ready for the next phase of the investigation. The road trip to Oxford. A couple of hours later, we arrived at a luxury apartment complex where Ben lived. I parked in a public car park down the road. We could see the front of the complex and the road in front of it. As it was on the main route to the colleges of Oxford University, where Ben apparently studied politics and international relations, there was a fair bit of traffic and plenty of tourists on the pavements. I couldn't believe that a student needed to live in such luxury. There was certainly no box room in student halls for Ben. Nolan told me that Ben's father had bought the flat when Ben was 14, in preparation for him studying at Oxford. In a few years, it would be used by his younger sister, Lottie. When I suggested that she might not want to go to Oxford, Nolan laughed and told me it didn't work that way. We had 2 hours to kill before Ben was due to be collected by persons unknown, to be taken to destination unknown. We decided to just wait in the car, in case something unexpected happened. I can't say I was hopeful that our plan to plan the tracker would work, because there were just too many variables that could alter the course of events. Plus, it seemed a bit too James Bond. As the clock ticked closer to Ben's mystery departure time, I could tell that Nolan was itching to see him. I got so irritated by his constant shuffling and heavy breathing, I suggested he went up and said a quick goodbye. Nolan shook his head sadly. He explained that Ben's parents were in town, wanting to spend some quality time with him and Lottie before they left. Ben's father had some huge problems with Nolan, so he and Ben hadn't been able to see each other. I didn't press for details, popping on the radio and waiting for time to pass. Shortly before we needed to be ready for action, I asked Nolan what his plan was for the big distraction. I could tell by the constant tapping of his foot that he was getting more and more nervous. "I'm not entirely sure yet," he told me. "I'm hoping it comes to me at the time." I felt slight irritation at his lack of preparation, but I let it be. Right on time, an expensive minibus with blacked out windows pulled up outside the apartments. I saw a traffic warden waddle over as soon as they saw it park, Whoever was in the driver's seat must have shown some sort of pasto, because the traffic warden waddled back the way he came from, leaving the minibus as it was. The privacy glass meant that I couldn't tell if there was anyone inside the bus other than a driver, which posed a problem. There could be a van load of people looking out at me while I was trying to attach a tracker. "You're going to need to do well with this distraction," I told Nolan. "When Ben comes outside, go straight out and do your thing. Do not look back at me. Do not even think about me. Get it in your head that I do not exist. Do whatever you can for 10 minutes or so. Then go and find something to do around Oxford. We'll meet back at the car in 3 hours." Nolan didn't question me. I think he was too nervous to speak. I noticed that he looked in the vanity mirror to check his hair while we waited for Ben to appear. It felt like forever, but in reality, it was only 15 minutes later that we watched a blonde-haired young man around the same age as Nolan walking out of the building. I didn't need to ask if this was Ben, because Nolan gasped and tensed up beside me. A young girl stomped out behind him. "That's Lottie," Nolan muttered, his voice shaking slightly. "His little sister." Ben and Lottie stood in the small courtyard of the building until two of the security men who had been at the theater emerged from the building, pulling along suitcases. A gray steel one that assumed to be Ben's, and a pink one covered in stickers of horses and boy band members. I was surprised to see that the security men must have already been inside with them. Had they been under protection all this time? An older man and woman, presumably the parents, came next. The woman looked solemn, and I felt sorry for her. The man looked entitled and uncaring. I already disliked him. "Okay, Nolan, I think it's time to do this. Good luck." Nolan didn't respond, instead just slipping out of the car quietly. Then he was running up to them, and I watched Ben's face light up with absolute joy and confusion as he spotted him, whilst his dad's face turned red as gammon. I fought the urge to laugh, wishing I could enjoy the commotion Nolan was about to cause, but I forced my attention away from them. I had my own job to do. I tied back my hair, slipped a baseball cap on my head, and then put on a large pair of sunglasses. I didn't know who was watching, so I didn't want to risk being recognized anywhere near Nolan. Glancing in the mirror, I confirmed that I was disguised well enough. I took a deep breath and put my phone in my hand. It was time to go. I waltzed towards the minibus, trying to blend in with the busy tourists that walked along the pavement. I forced myself to ignore whatever was going on ahead, which I found rather hard. I could hear Nolan emotionally shouting, "Why do you think you have the right to dictate our lives?" The commotion it was causing had made passersby stop and stare, and that was perfect, because I knew that it meant anyone watching out of the van would be focused on the courtyard rather than me. By the time I was slightly behind the back end of the minibus, I was too hyped up to listen to the scene. Blood rushed through my ears as I looked out for traffic before feigning across the road. As I stepped off the curb, I allowed my phone to slide out of my hands onto the concrete beneath me. It fell with a bounce, slipping underneath the minibus, which was exactly what I wanted. I bent down as though to pick it up, crouching behind the van. I slipped the tracker out of my jacket pocket and tried to clip it onto the bumper of the vehicle as quickly as I could. My hands were sweaty and a little shaky, so I kept sliding onto the ground with a small thud. Panic overtook as I tried a third time to attach it. I was sure that I would have to give up and tell Nolan that I just couldn't do it. However, to my relief, I suddenly felt the click under my hand that told me the tracker was finally attached. I almost punched the air with triumph. But then I heard a van door slide open and a shadow fell beside me. My heart leapt into my throat. I expected to feel the rough grab of one of the security men, and I tensed my shoulders, ready for it. I heard footsteps walking away from me, towards shouting in the courtyard. With Nolan clearly doing a fantastic job at distraction, I swiftly grabbed my phone, stood up, and walked away. I made myself at home in an old second-hand bookstore, curling up in an armchair in the corner with a book for cover. I urgently loaded up the app that would tell me if the tracker was working. To my absolute joy and surprise, I saw a moving green dot. It had worked. By the time Nolan and I met at the car, the app showed that the van had stopped several times but was heading up the motorway. And so, we set out on yet another road trip. One that would take us several hours. We were heading north. Nolan was quiet. It was clear to me that he was upset after the argument with Ben's dad. Small talk wasn't distracting him. So I took the opportunity to dig a little further into everything I was trying to understand. This binary pinwheel, I started, hoping I could suck him into a conversation about science. When the stars do eventually collide, do we know for certain that they will release a gamma ray burst that will hit Earth? There's no certainty, no definite answer. I said this last night. For a start, the collision might not even result in a gamma ray burst, from what I understand. What's all the worry about then? Everything I had read about the end of W104 pointed towards a simultaneous end to Earth, so this knowledge surprised me. Nolan considered his answer for a moment. If a gamma ray burst occurred from W104, then it is predicted to be up to 20 degrees in diameter. And if the star was facing Earth pole on, then we would be in direct line of this ray. However, if the polar inclination was 30 degrees, Earth would not be hit. Does that make sense? I think so. I wish Nolan hadn't started talking numbers, but I was glad he was finally talking. Is the star facing Earth directly then? The original discovery of WR104 suggested that the polar inclination to Earth was 10 to 15 degrees. In that case, with a ray of 20 degrees, then Earth would indeed be hit. Technology improves every day though, and later pictures by telescopes have suggested that the polar inclination is actually 30 to 40 degrees. So we wouldn't be hit? I asked. Nolan frowned. Seemingly not. There are many scientists who refuse to let go of the initial measurements though. Debate has been ongoing about whether a burst will be released, and if it is, whether it will hit us or not. I suppose, I pondered, that an important question to ask is, when are the stars of W104 supposed to collide? Nolan paused for a minute. Well, it could be tomorrow. Don't gasp like that. It could also be in 500,000 years. But it could be tomorrow? Or it could be in 500,000 years, Haley. We lay off the heavy subjects for a while, chatting about this and that, until Nolan noticed that the dot on the app that we were following had come to a stop. He looked up the area on my phone and saw that it was an ex-military base in Scotland that had been closed for a decade. For the next few hours, we chatted about what might be there. As we entered Scotland, the weather took a turn for the worst. Thick grey clouds forced me to put on the headlights, and heavy raindrops splattered on the windscreen. After a very long drive, we finally made it to our destination. And that is where we sit now, waiting. For what? We aren't sure. It's clear that it's a military base. It's a very large field, surprisingly flat for the highlands, surrounded by 10-foot-high metal fences that are topped with thick barbed wire. The fences are shiny metal, not rusted like you might expect from a decade-old barricade. No, I suspect they were fitted recently. There aren't watchposts or soldiers or anything that suggests any sort of presence. It is clear that nobody expected someone might stumble across this place and want to know what's going on. Inside the field, the minibus is parked next to what looks like 3 long concrete barracks. They have no windows, so no light is emitted from inside. As it becomes dark, the buildings are fading from our vision. Parked outside are 3 minibus, all identical. One of them is the one that brought Ben and Lottie here. Does whoever is behind all this seriously intend on holding the children of the rich here for the foreseeable future? People who are used to being waited on to have anything they want, let alone everything they need. It seems unlikely, There's absolutely nothing here. Just 3 ominous buildings. The nearest town is 40 miles away. But I feel that's irrelevant because nobody is getting out of this lockdown area anyway. There's a mechanical gate, we think, but we haven't seen it open. Surely, you can't just lock people in a concrete prison and leave them to go mad. It doesn't make sense. We decided to wait here because there has to be something to witness. Thankfully, I packed my rucksack full of snacks and there are blankets in my boot. It's already cold and I can't leave the heating on or else my battery might die. Something tells me we don't want to get stuck out here. Nolan is dozing off in the passenger seat. Or maybe he's just pretending to. I don't mind. It gives me a chance to write this up and think about everything. The wind is picking up out there, and it's dark now. My legs are cramping from sitting in the same position for so long. So, I'll think I will take a walk. It'll help clear my head a little. 10:30 p.m. There were screams traveling in the wind from the direction of the concrete buildings. Real screams. Human screams. They were full of absolute terror, and there were so many of them. Even over the wind roaring, I could still hear people shrieking. At first, I thought it must be my imagination warping the sound of the Scotland gales. So I woke Nolan and dragged him out of the car. I watched his face pale, and I knew he could hear them too. We stood there together, listening to the wails of devastation and pain. Then, everything but the wind stopped. Nolan is losing it. I think he's going to do something stupid. For now, I've managed to drag him back into the car while we try and decide what to do next. What is going on inside those concrete buildings? I'm not sure I want to know anymore. The screams we had heard outside were still ringing in my ears. I knew they'd haunt me for a long time. It wasn't clear what had caused them, but the only place they could have come from was the military base. There was nothing else around here. I couldn't keep Nolan inside the car for long. He was becoming hysterical, and being trapped in such a small area was making him panic. When I suggested to have a look around, he jumped out and ran towards the fence. "Nolan!" I shouted over the wind, running to catch up with him. "Let's stick together, we don't know what's going on." He bashed his fist against the fence in frustration and shouted Ben's name, the wind carrying it behind us instead of towards the concrete buildings. We walked next to the fence for half a mile, but there were no gaps, no small gates, no way in. He finally let me guide him back to the car. We were soaked through from the rain, and both sat there shivering. I waited until Nolan's breath had slowed, then tried to get through to him gently. What I think we need to do is wait until someone leaves. It'll give us some information. What were those screams, Haley? His voice was full of desperation. Was it Ben? And Lottie? Why were they in so much pain? I wished I had answers for him. I don't know. Honestly, they were so loud. I just can't understand what was going on. Nolan started to cry quietly beside me. I too was incredibly overwhelmed by what a horrible night it had been. Little did I know, things were about to get a lot worse. It came through the vents of the car. A smell that I knew instantly. A smell that took me back to my childhood. Suddenly, I was walking outside the crematorium after my granddad's funeral. My mother's high heels clicking on the path next to me. My dad holding my hand tightly. I didn't notice the scent straight away. It was such an ingrained smell of the background that it wasn't until it hit the back of my throat that I knew something was off. It was sweet and sickly, though not entirely unpleasant. There was something grossly wrong about it too. I sniffed loudly. rudely I suppose. Then I asked my mom what the horrible smell was. She had shot me a look that told me to shut up, and my dad had squeezed my hand sharply. Back then, it had taken me a moment to realize that the source of the smell was the burning corpses from within the crematorium. Maybe not my granddad's, not yet, but others. This time, sat outside those barracks in Scotland, I knew that horrible smell as soon as it infiltrated the air of the car. I held my breath and twisted out of my seat as quickly as I could, hoping for the fresh air of the Highlands. I had to get away from it because I couldn't cope with confronting what it meant. I ran a little up the path until finally I had to breathe in. To my horror, the smell was even stronger outside the car. My mouth watered excessively as my whole body was repulsed. "Ailey, what's wrong?" Nolan had followed me. I looked at him for a moment, watching his expression turn to one of puzzlement as it hit him. "What's that smell?" I did cry then. And like my mother's sharp look, like my father's squeeze of my hand, my tears triggered Nolan's realization. Eyes wide, he looked towards the concrete buildings, but it was so dark out there that he was just looking into darkness. "What have they done to them?" he wailed, his hands yanking at his hair. "What have they done to my Ben?" I couldn't answer him, so instead, I gripped him tightly to me and let him sob into my arms. "Nolan," I croaked. He didn't answer me. Perhaps because he couldn't. But this was important. "Nolan, please, look." There were lights coming from the direction of the building, not from inside the building. We already knew there were no windows. No. These were headlights. 3 sets of them. "I'll make them take me to Ben," Nolan gasped. He pulled away from me, about to run towards the gate. I put my hands firmly on his face and forced him to look at me. "What do you think they will do?" I hissed. "You're not stupid, so don't act like it, if we assume the worst here." His face crumpled, but I ignored it, gripping him tighter. "If they are dead, then they are gone. You running up to it will only get you killed too." "I don't want to be here, if Ben isn't." His voice crumpled. "And what if he is here? What if he's locked in there, and that smell is something else? You running up will only mean that they'll cut us off from investigating this further. Right now, we have a chance to get to the bottom of this. Whatever the outcome, we have to find out. For Ben, for Lottie. Get in the car, Nolan. Please." I almost collapsed with relief when he nodded. We watched from my car as the lights grew brighter. We didn't hear the rumble of engines, not over the wind, but we did hear the creak of the mechanical gate as it opened. The 3 minivans sped out and turned away from us, back the way we had all arrived. They hadn't seen us in the dark. Within the blink of an eye, they were gone. The gate immediately closed behind them. We sat in silence for a moment. "Is this your plan?" Nolan spat at me. "Let them drive away? Why are we not chasing them, for God's sake?" I ignored the viciousness of Nolan's tone. I felt like I'd been crushed by a ton of bricks, so I couldn't even begin to imagine how he was feeling. I knew I needed to come up with a plan of action quickly to keep him focused and sane. We can't chase them for the same reason we didn't on the way here. It's too obvious. We've only learned as much as we have because no one suspects we have the ability to track all this. But we do have the ability, together. Let's not lose it by acting rash. I might have an idea. Have you got any idea on you? Nolan scowled, but nodded. How about money? I asked. And can you drive? What are you on about? I have a credit card, not cash. And yes, I can drive. I don't understand what you... I think our best chances here are to split up. We'll drive to the nearest town or city if needs be. You can rent a car. I'll sign into the tracker app on your phone, and then you can follow them. By the time we've got everything sorted, there'll be a fair bit ahead. Just go where they go, stop where they stop. Note everything down that you see. There has to be a pattern, and that pattern could tell us a lot. I'll head back to the city. I still got some lists to follow at home. We'll meet back up as soon as we can and see what we've got. Nolan didn't answer, but he didn't disagree either. I jumped on his silence, starting the engine and pulling away. I was aware that the sun was due to rise, and I did not want him getting so much as a glimpse on those concrete buildings. It was best left in the dark for now. As we passed the mechanical gate, he started to protest, but I interrupted him. Whatever happened in there, we can't get in. We can go after whatever is coming next though. It's time to leave. A few hours later, I said goodbye to Nolan as he drove away in a hire car and set off on my way home. I knew that we should have probably booked a couple of beds somewhere in Scotland and got some sleep. But I also knew that neither of us would be able to sleep. Why not just push on? After a very long drive, I finally arrived back home. I was completely exhausted by that point and crashed out on my sofa. When I woke up, I checked my email. Dr. Madden had replied, not long after I had emailed her actually. But I was not all surprised, given my subject line of bright stars and spaceships. She wanted to meet as a matter of urgency, and followed it up with several more emails asking when was suitable. I thought about Dr. Madden's place in all of this madness. She was right there at the beginning of Professor Gardner's discovery, and she had evaded me for 3 weeks, following whatever actually went on during the Astronomy Institute's open evening in March. She had only opened up to me when I had cornered her at the theater, where the conference of mathematicians and scientists had taken place. And still then, she had tried to manipulate me. Nolan's dad, Dennis Houghton, and the CEO of BOS, Christopher LaRue, knew who she was, and had even exchanged an email that had mentioned her. Get in touch with Madden and tell her to find a way to deal with it before I do. She seemed to be everywhere. What part did she have to play in all of this? Was she responsible for Gardner's death? Was she responsible for the death of Ben, his younger sister, their peers? Were they even dead? My mind kept pulling me back to the vision of Lottie's pink suitcase, watching it being dragged along by the security man outside the Oxford flat. I'd never forget those childish stickers of Pony and musicians, just like I'd never forget the screams that traveled in the wind in Scotland. As those screams echoed around my soul, I felt a sudden and intense anger overcame me, the entirety of it directed at Dr. Madden. I fired back an email to her, telling her to meet me that evening. I was done playing games. Just after I had emailed Madden, I received a text from the porter who worked at Professor Gardner's college residence. Thomas. I tried to cool off a bit as I responded to his own wish to meet. He wanted to know if it was too late to get a late lunch. There was something he wanted to tell me. I hadn't any intention of asking Thomas for permission to record our conversation. Neither did I intend on doing it secretly. So I was surprised when he asked if I could, going as far as to suggest recording it on his own phone and sending it to me if I didn't have anything with me to use. He said he had something to confess. I placed the dictaphone on the table and asked him what it was he wanted to say. He jumped right in the deep end. I think I may be responsible for the professor's death. Why do you think that, Thomas? I'll tell you. But first off, I need you to know that I would have never done anything I thought might cause Byrne harm. He was a dear, dear friend of mine. I know that seems unlikely, the porter and the professor. But we had become friends when he tutored my daughter through the GCSEs many years ago. She's graduated from Durham University now. He was a brilliant man, and my wife and I were devastated when we realized his health was declining. When did you realize that? A long time ago. Gosh, it must have been at least 3 years now. It's a slow path, but devastating all the same. It started with him getting names confused, but we all do that, don't we? Then it was misplacing items, misunderstanding dates, It went from occasional mistakes to every day, very quickly. He was diagnosed with Alzheimer's a couple years ago, but over the last year, it's got particularly bad. He started getting his work mixed up, and that was when I knew he was very ill. That's one of my points. He was so ill, his specialist told me personally last month that it could come at any time. He didn't have any family, you see, so it all came through me. I knew it would be better for him to go into hospice, but this had been his home for so long. I couldn't bear to do it to him. Then he had that bad night at the telescope. What do you know about that night? He came home in such a state, talking about poles, stars, bursts. I didn't understand any of it. Dr. Madden came to see me the next day. Do you know Dr. Madden personally then? Oh yes, quite well actually. She studied here. I was a reporter too, if you can believe that. Well, I suppose you can. I'm no spring chicken. She studied on the Burnt. She and I didn't have a connection like Bern and I. She didn't mix with the help, let's just say. But we knew each other well. What did she say when she came to see you? She was quiet, elusive, one might say. She wouldn't go into details, but she told me that the professor had discovered something of great importance. She was taking it up with those much more senior than her, even more than him, and she tried to get a statement from him, and then he had jumbled everything up. She needed him to keep calm. She said it was a matter of life and death on a great scale that we ensured he could communicate correctly. So, what did you both do? I'm ashamed now. I truly am. But we drugged him. It isn't how it sounds, I promise. It was a small amount of sedative. Dr. Madden had it measured out by a friend of hers. I just had to slip it into his port. I felt awful that first time, but she assured me it was fine. And it was. In fact, it worked. He was much more with it. Of course, as the weeks went by, he deteriorated. Not so long ago, Dr. Madden upped his dose. I questioned it, of course. She said, if I don't do this, then someone else will do something worse. I asked what she meant, but she wouldn't tell me. She just promised me that she was doing it for his own safety. I thought about this carefully while Thomas took a moment to have a drink. The email that Nolan had seen on his dad's computer suggested that this could be true. I needed to be careful that my anger at Dr. Madden didn't force me to put blame on her before I knew all the facts. And you trusted her? Yes, of course. She cared about Bernd very much. He was something of a father figure to her, I suppose. You trusted her enough to put a drug in his drink? Well, when the dosage was upped, I said I didn't feel comfortable doing it anymore. The port started being delivered. I didn't tell anybody what I knew. I just forgot about it, really. I suppose I wanted to forget. I'm so very sorry for it now. It's only when I read something yesterday in the news. A young girl died of it. Some man put it in her drink when she was in a bar. She was only 23, the same age as my Penny. When I saw the drug he used... hold on, I've written it down. Yes. Min. The news reporter said it was a horse tranquilizer. I was horrified. I feel like it's all my fault. Would he have lived on for years if it wasn't for me keeping quiet about all of it? You seem to be forgetting that it was Dr. Madden who asked you to do it. Dr. Madden did what she thought was right. She has been working on things that could change everything for all of us. If you believe that, then you must believe that what she did was right too. I'm not sure. I just know I felt horrendously guilty. I had to tell someone. Before. Before what, Thomas? I don't know what is going on here. I wouldn't even talk to you, but I needed to say something. All this silence can be a good thing. Dr. Madden, she doesn't like it when I do that. Dr. Madden and her colleagues have come together for something that will shape all of our futures. Do you know this from Dr. Madden herself? Not just her. The other porters too. We hear all sorts from our positions. So, what exactly is it that you've heard? It's just gossip really. But there have been an unheard number of early retirements this summer. Not just from professors and lecturers, but from porters too. Everyone knows something is happening. No one knows what. But it's enough to send people home. Away from the bubble here. Away from the magic of this place. They're running home to be with their families. And what is it you want me to do with this information, Thomas? I don't know. Whatever you think is best. It isn't for me to decide. It isn't for me to hide either. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm going to Australia with my wife and Penny. We're going to have a long, overdue holiday with my sister and her partner. I just couldn't cope with leaving without getting this off my chest. Please, think negatively of me if you will, for acting so blindly. But Dr. Madden, she was just doing what she could to help Byrne, and all the rest of us. I'm sure of it. It's not really for me to judge, Thomas.
Well, what a revelation. So, it was indeed Dr. Madden was drugging Professor Gardner. Did that lead to his death? It's questionable. Just before I met up with Thomas, had he simply emailed me that information, I would have been sure that Dr. Madden had cruel intention behind anything she was up to. Thomas spoke with honesty and integrity though, and I trusted his opinion of Dr. Madden. Don't get me wrong, this doesn't mean I believe that she's innocent as Thomas seems to think. But I do believe that he thinks everything he said about her is true. And that means something. I've just had a text from Nolan. Bizarrely, he's at the shipport in Dover. He must have been driving for the entire day. I'm surprised he didn't fall asleep at the wheel. There's no sign of the minibus, he says. Just loads a ferry on their way away from England. He's booked a hotel for the night, so he's going to get some sleep. Then head back to the city. I really got to wrap this up for now though, as I must sleep before I meet Dr. Madden. I'll update you as soon as I can. What with my interview with Madden and Nolan's tracking information tomorrow, perhaps we'll know more. I am truly sorry for taking such a long time to update this. But I've had a lot of decisions to make, and all of my energy has been drained on trying to decide what the right thing to do is. I have a lot that I need to write down, but it's going to take me a while to explain everything. I'm not sure I'm making the right decision by sharing this here, but I'm going to go ahead and do so anyway. When I last updated you, Nolan was in Dover, having followed the minibus there after they left the military camp in Scotland. We believed we had been close enough to hear and smell the murder of his friend Ben and the other children of the rich. Everything was extremely confusing, and the investigation appeared to point towards the gamma ray burst hitting Earth in the near future, despite the fact all public research pointed towards that being very unlikely. I made my way to the biomedics laboratory where Dr. Madden had requested me meet. I had already been there once before, when I had skulked around after two scientists committed suicide by jumping from the roof of the building. I had also first seen Nolan here, arguing with his dad about his father's part in his madness. I'd never actually been inside the building though. The same security man that had guarded the doors of the theater during Madden's conference guarded the doors of the biomedics laboratory too. This time, instead of blocking me, one took me inside. I followed him in silence down long steel grey corridors as our footsteps echoed around us. There was no artwork on the walls, no carpet to soften the place up. It was all very cold and clinical. I was shown into a small room that reminded me of a police interview area. A large grey table and 4 steel chairs were the only furniture in the room. In fact, it was totally empty other than that and a small intercom attached to the wall. "I'm going to have to search you," the security man informed me. I thought about protesting, but something about the tone of the security man's voice made me realize that if I did, then I would be probably ejected from the area. I wanted this interview, so I nodded curtly. He took my dictaphone from my inner pocket
and then left me with my hand back. I didn't bother commenting, instead taking a seat and waiting for Madden. I didn't have to wait long. She breezed in after a few minutes, closing the door behind her and sitting opposite me gracefully before offering me a weak smile. I didn't return it. Instead, I jumped right in. I knew you were involved in Gardner's death. Even if you did not intend for him to die, I have proof that you took illegal, immoral risks to silence him. Evidence that would stand up in court. So I suggest you give me a very good reason to keep it to myself, Dr. Madden. Madden froze. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath before looking at me. Her eyes were watery and her lips pursed. She swallowed noisily. Bernd was a wonderful man. He was very important to me. I don't have any family, and I've never really had time for friends. He meant so much, and I am utterly distraught that he's gone. He isn't simply gone though, is he? I snapped. I'm not interested in attending a pity party, Doctor. I want more. I watched the look of defeat wash over Madden's face, and I realized that I was in control here. I had her. Okay, she said. I'm going to tell you what's going on. She tensed suddenly as the door opened. Madden and I turned towards it, and I was surprised to see her shrink slightly as she watched Christopher LaRue enter the room before abruptly standing up to greet him. It was almost as though his very presence frightened her. I, on the other hand, was curious. I'd heard so much about him, and of course I'd seen him on the news here and there. Though it was quite private, whenever he did go out to public affairs, the press went wild for him. Why was he here? Was I that important? I also stood, for no other reason than conformity. He smiled at Dr. Madden, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. I'm going to be sitting on this one, Maria. Please continue. He didn't even glance in my direction, let alone ask if I was okay with him joining us. I had known he was a reasonably attractive man, having seen pictures of him in the press a few times. But in the flesh, he seemed breathtaking. It wasn't that he was stunningly handsome, but there was something about his presence too. He took control of the room by simply being in it. He was tall, quite a bit taller than me, at least 6'2". He towered over Madden, but perhaps that was more because she seemed to shrink in his presence. I hadn't noticed her seeming so small before. I didn't let his being there intimidate me though, and I certainly didn't fall over my feet because there was such a powerful man in the same room as me. I turned on my heel and sat back down, pretending his presence didn't make any difference to me. It did though. The atmosphere in the room had completely shifted. What power I had held over Madden just moments before had been transferred to LaRue. In actual fact, his being there made my heart pounding with nervous anticipation. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him watching Madden closely. He shooed her away from him, and she scurried off back to the table. He strode over and took a seat next to her. I was suddenly the one in the hot seat. I was shocked by the change in attitude from Madden. She had gone from open and emotional to on edge and scared. Her fear was contagious. But I decided not to allow LaRue's presence to affect me in any way, especially in the almost embarrassing way that it was affecting Madden. I sat up straight, relaxed my shoulders, and snapped at Madden. I want you to tell me everything you know. I risked a glance at LaRue, and to my utter bewilderment, I saw he was leaning back into his chair with his eyes closed. He was so peaceful that he could have been taking a nap, but I had a strong feeling that he was listening very intently. In fact, I could see the hint of a smile on the corners of his lips, possibly in response to my fierce confrontation. Madden didn't say anything. Instead, looked at him desperately, waiting for direction. After a moment, he nodded slightly. He had given her permission to speak. She fidgeted in her seat, clearly uncomfortable, but resigned. She cleared her throat and began. Miss Bennett, I believe you already know a section of what I know. But for clarity's sake, I'm going to explain as clearly as I am able to. As you're already aware, my dear friend Bernd discovered a pattern in the skies back in March that suggested his theory about gamma ray burst patterns was a lot more accurate than he and his partner originally believed. He'd claimed he had observed similar patterns a few times over recent years, but they appeared to be false calls. He was very poorly, and his mind was failing, let's say. This time though, his distress made me give it a second look, and I did indeed see a glimpse of the pattern that he had predicted. I alerted a team of some of the best astrophysicists in the world, and we met in Hawaii to further explore Bernd's pattern. Well, it seemed it was there, and it was happening a lot more regularly than even Bernd was expecting. It didn't suggest humanity was about to be obliterated though, which was what Bernd kept shouting out to anybody who would listen. It was very upsetting watching him deteriorate that way, especially because it didn't matter how many times I told him that he and Carol, his partner, had been correct all along. He just couldn't remember it. It should have been a wonderful moment for him, but instead, he just got more and more confused. Madden took a moment, and I watched her closely as sadness and regret filtered through her professional expression. Yet again, my attitude towards her softened. Her voice was a little choked up as she continued. The pattern enabled us to predict that even though a gamma ray burst is highly likely to occur when the stars of a nearby binary orbit collide, it is still unlikely to collide with the planet. But the pattern Bernd predicted is very interesting indeed, and opens up a great number of things for mathematicians to decipher and for astrophysicists to predict. The fact that we now believe that we know that a ray will burst from the stars, even though we currently believe it's unlikely to hit Earth, has intensified the chances that life here will cease to exist. And it is something to worry about, absolutely, because it isn't going to happen in hundreds of thousands of years as previously predicted. It will happen between 200 and 300 years from now. In the meantime, there is a very real and serious concern that will absolutely lead to the end of life on Earth. Climate change. We are at the beginning of the end. One way or another, the end of life on Earth will be seen in the next 300 years. Madden paused, waiting for me to gasp in horror or faint, I suppose. Instead, I nodded thoughtfully. So, I said, what are you going to do about it? Madden shook her head, perplexed by my lack of terror perhaps. I watched Leroux, still with his eyes closed, smile again. Well, she continued, there is only one option. We leave Earth, we colonize elsewhere. It's been the aim for many years now, and it's the only way forward for mankind, by building a ship, an ark, you can think of it as. We can try and rescue a large quantity of people from all over the world, and we can survive elsewhere while the planet dies off. Of course, not everyone will be able to go, but many will. How many people are you expecting to move? I asked, confused by the whole thing. It seemed even more unreal now than it had days ago. There was something not right about this whole theory. Several thousand. A sadly small quantity. But it's all we can do. We've had to fight to raise the money just for them. Is that why you told Ben and Lottie's parents that they would have to be kept away until it was time to leave? I interrupted. Scarcity marketing? The parents can go, but the kids can? They would sell everything they own to ensure the continuation of the line. How much did they pay for the ticket out of here? I hissed at Madden. The amount is irrelevant, she answered. You need to understand that without the sale of the tickets, there would be no way we can afford to build this ship. No way. We would all just die here, together. How do you expect to transport the chosen ones? How would you govern a new civilization? Could you even feed them all? The whole thing seems preposterous. I laughed. Well, that's where the technology Mr. Leroux and the other shareholders at BOS have been working on comes in. This isn't new to Mr. Leroux. She turned to him, clearly wanting him to help her out. But he didn't open his eyes. So he already had this tech ready. I spoke as though he wasn't in the room, even though Madden seemed to be losing her grip on everything simply because he was sat next to her. Her strong reaction surprised me. Why did this man terrify her so much? She cleared her throat again. Miss Bennett, Mr. LaRue has been working on this for a long time. He was one of the earlier modern scientists to start talking about the importance of action in the face of climate change. He was very vocal indeed. LaRue didn't react at all, even though Madden and I were discussing him. I felt unnerved by his odd behavior, but I didn't let it show. Turning back to Madden, I got back to business. So, you told some rich parents that they are buying tickets to get their children off the planet. They plunged a load of cash into BOS, so this ark could be built. The thing is, you never had any intention of taking their children, did you? So what was behind it all? What's the truth? Dr. Madden frowned at me, clearly confused. She opened and closed her mouth a couple of times, the suddenly gormless attitude making her look like a trout. I don't quite follow what you mean, Miss Bennett. Clearly not, I mocked. Let me spell it out for you. I know about the center in Scotland. I followed them. I know what you did. Of course, I didn't know anything. I suspected, sure, but I still believed I could have misinterpreted what happened in the Highlands. I was hoping that if my suspicions were correct, then I could shock her into a confession. If they weren't, then I could make her want to assure me that they hadn't killed anyone by telling me what they had really done with them. But Madden still looked totally confused. Scotland? She muttered. She turned to LaRue, who was now paying attention. He watched me with a slight smile on his face, either oblivious to Madden's growing panic, or simply uncaring. Mr. LaRue? Madden sounded desperate. What is she talking about? Why is she saying they are in Scotland? I thought they were being taken to Switzerland. I watched her question him nervously, her voice barely over a whisper. I thought they were going to be joining us during the first launch. LaRue ignored her, instead just smiling at me. He was acting as though Madden wasn't in the room, as he seemed to push her into a level of hysteria. Mr. LaRue, I'm going to have to insist you explain to me what Miss Bennett is talking about, she cried. I watched LaRue's eyes flash from playful to fierce faster than I could blink. He looked straight at Madden with a complete deadspan stare. She visibly shrank away from him and shook her head apologetically. Sorry, Mr. LaRue. I lost myself for a moment there. I'm sorry. He raised a hand quickly, and Madden jumped out her skin, but he simply pressed a button on the intercom. Maria is feeling a little bit overwhelmed, he said smoothly to whoever was listening on the other end, his relaxed voice a contrast to Madden's panicked one. She needs some time away. Then he leaned back into his chair and closed his eyes again. I watched Madden freeze in absolute terror as her eyes went white as saucers. I noticed that she began to tremble. As I watched, my own heart was hammering in my chest, but I refused to let fear overwhelm me. Unfortunately, Madden seemed unable to do the same. Please, Mr. LaRue, it's okay. I'm calm. I promise. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was just a bit confused. Of course, whatever is going on will be completely justified. It was foolish of me to think I would be involved with every step. I just misunderstood. Please, listen. LaRue just sat there, eyes closed, pose still relaxed, pretending he couldn't hear Madden's pleas. Then, the door opened and one of the security men came through. He guided Madden until she stood. She looked at me like a deer caught in headlights, her eyes pleading with me. I was confused and unsure what she thought I could do. She gave up on me, instead turning to the security man who gripped her arm tightly. Let go of me, right now. I can leave the room on my own. But he also acted as though he couldn't hear her. He removed her from the room with ease, closing the door shut quickly behind him. I was in total shock. What had just happened? Who was the terrifying man I had been left alone in the room with? He opened his eyes then, and smiled at me again. This smile reached his eyes. I was unnerved to see him look at me, as though he were impressed with me, like I'd passed some sort of terrifying test. But I still refused to show any emotion. I wouldn't let him see an ounce of fear. I looked at him defiantly and smiled back at him. "Shall we continue?" I asked. He laughed loudly, a bark that made me jump, but thankfully he was too busy pushing his chair closer to the table to notice. He leaned across the table to be closer to me. "You're good, Haley. Really good." I feel a little sick to admit that his compliment flattered me. Something about this man was very enthralling, and I was pleased that I impressed him. "You're very different to Maria." He nodded towards the door. "She's smart, don't get me wrong. She's just sucked into her own tiny area of expertise that she seems to miss everything else going on around her. The amount of times I've wondered how someone so smart can act like such a moron. Well, she bored me very quickly, but she had uses. You, on the other hand, you interest me. You don't miss a trick, do you, Haley?" I narrowed my eyes, wary now. LaRue was like a viper playing dead, luring you into a false sense of security while you got ready to strike. The man sitting opposite me was very dangerous, and I felt strongly that I needed to keep my wits about me if I wanted to walk out this building. The fear I felt was crippling. My nerves overwhelmed me so much that my entire body felt numb, so I was pleased when I managed to speak without my voice shaking. "Can we get to the point?" I asked, forcing my tone to sound lazy. He laughed again, clapping his hands together. I was disturbed to realize that this man actually liked the way I was acting. What did he say about who I was, if a man so terrifying had taken a liking to me? "Haley, we can certainly get to the point. I'm going to tell you the truth, not that rubbish that Dr. Meta thinks is the truth. You deserve more. I'm going to tell you the truth that only a handful of people know. It's really quite magnificent, if you can let go of your sentimental side. It's exciting, I promise. A bit scary in parts, maybe. But wow, it's so exciting. Are you ready to know the truth, Haley? Are you ready to know how I have guaranteed the survival of the human race?" I've got to pause here. I know it's cruel of me, but I have very limited time, and I have things I need to do. I'll finish this soon, I promise. There will be more. I'd heard lots of theories, claims, and lies over the last week. But this time, I knew that whatever LaRue was about to tell me was the truth. There was an atmosphere of finality in the room while I waited nervously for him to begin. When I looked into his eyes, I found a sincerity buried somewhere beneath his predatory stare. One of his security men brought in unscrewed bottles of water. LaRue took a swig and noticed when I hesitated. He raised his eyebrows. "Poisoning isn't my style. I find it quite cowardly. It's much more madden." He smiled nastily, and I felt revolted that he could find amusement in the death of Gardner. I took a swig of the water, hoping that it would make him stop staring at me for a minute. It was so intense that I felt like I was looking directly into the sun. He didn't stop staring, but he did start talking. "Haley, if you had a choice between making the end of life on Earth easier on humanity, or turning your back on almost the entire population but giving humanity the chance to thrive elsewhere, which would you choose?" I turned my back on him. I answered so quickly that I felt uncomfortable. Was there something about LaRue's insidious ambience that was contagious? Why would you choose that? I took my time with this one, trying not to act coldly. I think that giving humanity the opportunity to continue the next stage of evolution is extremely important. If I could truly help people, it wouldn't make sense to stay behind and die. LaRue nodded. I agree that it is more important to direct humanity into success than to lie down and fail with it. It was quite a jump from what I had just said, but the perception of a statement can tell you a lot. I didn't correct him, instead letting him continue. One thing that Madden is correct about. We are approaching the end of life on Earth. The gamma ray burst effect that got people to finally start paying attention in March is still unlikely to hit Earth. But being certain that one would occur certainly gave us a higher chance of extinction. While all these brilliant scientists were congregated, he sneered. They finally agreed on something that I warned them about years ago. Humankind has less than 300 years to find a way to survive. This felt like a stab in the chest. Could this really be true? I interrupted without thinking. How sure are you about that number? Leroux tutted at me impatiently, a flash of anger crossing his face. I wouldn't say it if I wasn't sure. I made a mental note not to question him in that way again. At the time, I let myself believe that I wanted to get the best quality answers without pushing him away. But looking back, I can accept that I was scared of making him angry. I tried to divert his anger away from me. You said that Madden only thinks that she knows the truth. What's false about what Madden told me? With that, Leroux stood up and walked towards the door. I have some things to show you now. After Leroux had exited the room, I briefly found myself frozen to the spot. However, I knew I didn't have time to properly process what he was telling me, so I took some deep breaths to calm myself before joining him outside the room. I followed him through a maze of corridors until we arrived at a dead end. Leroux marched towards the gray steel wall at the end of the passage. Inside me, a ball of fear twisted in my stomach. What had I willingly walked into? He stopped just in front of the wall, lowered his head, almost as though he was praying. After a moment, he spun around, holding something black in his hand and pointing it at me. I tried my best not to jump, but I couldn't hide my nerves totally. He smiled amusedly and then showed me what he held in his hand. It was some sort of device, larger than a phone but smaller than a tablet. I need to ensure my security system knows that you're not a threat, he explained. You can leave it if you want. We can see what happens. He had a wicked glint in his eye as he suggested this. He scanned me quickly with the device, then held his hand against the wall. It shifted slightly into a new position, which confused my brain, like some sort of optical illusion. I watched with interest as Leroux located a handle and pulled the wall, which was actually a door, towards us. He held out an arm, urging me to enter before him. With a deep breath, I did as he wished. I was in a large room that had been painted a magnificent white, so bright that it made my eyes sore. In the middle of the room was the model of a spaceship, taller than me. The large cylinder replica completely dominated the area. My original design, Leroux announced behind me. He swept past me and pressed something on the side of the model, and it clicked open, revealing the interior. If only I could have taken a picture. The model had magnificent detail, with multiple sections throughout the ship that were very clear. At the bottom of the model, which sat by my feet, were huge tanks that could only be designed to hold fuel. Above them, there was what seemed like a huge storage area with massive crates. Next came a living area with various recreational rooms, a high-tech gym, a lounge with televisions and video game consoles, a library, and a study area. There were hundreds of small cabins that held nothing but 4 beds. The top third of the model seemed to be about ship control, holding lots of computers and screens. Leroux pressed something on his device, and to my amazement, the entire model lit up. Tiny versions of everything went into motion. I gazed at it in awe. I felt childish delight at being near a model full of so much detail. Despite the seriousness of the situation, I had to fight the urge to fiddle. Then, I felt Leroux's eyes boring into my back, and I forced myself to remember my surroundings. This really is incredible, I had to admit. But this means what Madden knew was correct. You are building an ark. She was right to believe that I designed a ship that could evacuate several thousand at a time. What she didn't realize, though, is that the design had changed a long time before she and her band of righteous martyrs had even heard about it. This arc, as she called it, well, there wasn't enough time for this to truly work. So I improved my initial design. He pushed past me and unclipped something before pulling out the entire middle section. There was nothing but fuel tanks, crates, and a control room with a large empty space between it. I was confused. Did you remove the living spaces so you could fit more people on? I couldn't see any other reason why he might have removed the dorms. More people. He laughed as though I'd said something idiotic, and I felt my cheeks blush. No, not more people. It's so I can fit in more of those. He pointed to the storage crates. I looked at him and frowned, confused. He smiled, obviously enjoying himself. Clipping back at the central part of the model, he began to explain. I was an environmental scientist before I decided to dedicate my time to engineering, and I told my peers and investors that we had to colonize elsewhere in order to survive. Mars, of course, is our only current option due to its distance and similarities to Earth. The idea of leaving our planet is disconcerting to many, but there hasn't been a choice for about 20 years now. We're past the point of no return. I told them that if they funded the design and build of my ship, then we would be able to continue the human species. I was greeted by a barrage of excuses. Too expensive, too far in the future to worry about. It'll be fixed by then, they insisted. He scowled as he spoke about them, and it was clear that he detested those who had impeded his plan. The absolute morons, of course. The damage they've done is unfixable. I told them that, but they chose not to listen. He glared into the distance, and I thought about what he had said. I'm not trained in science, but I followed the news, and I knew that LaRuse's company, POS, had been heavily involved in Mars colonization. This sounded plausible, and I felt some relief at finally being able to accept what I was hearing. I knew that they were wrong, and so I buried myself into engineering. LaRue continued. I put my entire life savings, all my time, energy, and brainpower into designing a solution. And that design, this ship, was unlike anything any man had ever made before. There were lots of challenges along the way. How to fuel such a large ship, how to land, how to survive. But the most challenging problem that constantly restricted me was money. I worked hard to keep the cost low, but of course, to colonize on another planet costs an astronomical amount. Can you put a price on saving humanity? I asked. You'd think not, wouldn't you? Yet, our entire lives have been controlled by money. The end of humanity is being caused by our endless need to profit, and our escape had been restricted by its lack of currency payback. With my design in hand, I once again approached investors. I told them if they started investing now, then we could have several of my ships ready for when the time came. We could save tens of thousands. And they said no. When I finally accepted how unwilling they were to actually do anything that would give humankind a chance, I also realized that their greed and stupidity would guarantee the end of everything humankind had achieved so far. I knew I needed to take matters into my own hands. We made for a door on the other end of the room. I followed him quickly, eager to hear more. I bumped into him when he stopped abruptly, turning and scanning me with his device again. He showed me the screen lazily, and I saw the measurements of my vitals. Why do you need to know this? I asked sharply, feeling slightly violated. This next room is dangerous. I couldn't allow anybody in an unpredictable state through this door. He also scanned himself, and I peered over, noticing his measurements were lower than mine. Seeming satisfied, he opened the door, and my mind was totally distracted from everything. We entered a huge warehouse, and everywhere I looked, something was happening. Constant movement, noise, action. But from what I could tell, there wasn't a soul in there other than LaRue and I. Everything was mechanical. LaRue turned to me, watching me to try and take everything in. In this room, you are looking at the future of mankind. This is my life's work, and it is the only chance humanity has. He smiled widely as he told me this, and his attitude sent a shiver down my back. LaRue walked swiftly through the large warehouse, and I followed closely behind. When all this business with Gardner's pattern happened, LaRue continued, our rich investors finally accepted that the end was much closer than they'd allowed themselves to believe. They started to panic, realizing that their family legacy would be ending if they didn't act fast. They had the cheek to order me to find a solution or be replaced. I reminded them that I had given them the solution decades before, but now it was too late. They told me to abandon my idea of multiple ships and concentrate on just three. 3 ships that would leave over the next 5 years and ensure their precious offspring would be the first lines to colonize our only chance of survival. I told them there was no guarantee that enough money could be raised after the first ship left, as it was likely to cause a significant shift in the economy. They didn't care, as long as their own had left Earth. Get them on that ship, they ordered me. I'd spent years working on these magnificent designs by then. He held his arms out at the machines surrounding us. To my left was a selection of robotic arms, building what appeared to be a small cave-like shelters at a high speed. To my right was a large drill that moved so fast it looked motionless. It wasn't until LaRue pressed something on his device that it slowed down, and I realized it had been moving. Next to it was a machine that appeared to be building a much larger replica of the drill. I wasn't sure what he was getting at, and I was momentarily distracted when I noticed above us that there were multiple drones buzzing around. I wondered if this was a security system. When I looked back, he was grinning at me like a wolf. I knew that the best chance of survival would require masses of machinery, artificial intelligence, and genetic laboratories. The more people you try to take, the less chance you have of surviving. And I knew that the move needed to happen soon, because 300 years really is not a long time. It takes a long time to travel to Mars, and return ships to Earth might be needed before this planet's demise. Though we, you and I, won't be around to witness the complete end of life on Earth. In our lifetimes, we can expect to see the beginning of mass migration, which will cause total societal meltdown. There will be riots, wars, deaths. With civilization already on the brink of riots and wars, I had no trouble believing that something like mass migration would push that into reality. How awful that I could so readily accept that in the final years, instead of working together, people would probably speed up the process by declaring nuclear war on one another. Why do we live amongst so much fear and ignorance? And why are the people around the world so eager to manipulate that into hatred? It's tragic that humankind could end in such chaos, I muttered sadly. LaRue scowled at me. Is it? He snapped. Or is it just weak? Humanity has been so greedy, so stupid. I warned them this would happen. I tried to help them. They refused. They were too busy killing everything around them so they could profit temporarily. If they had listened to me, they could have profited indefinitely. There was nothing to argue with, as LaRue was right. I quickly tried to keep him talking. What is it about these machines that will guarantee the future of humanity? LaRue gestured at the machine that was building a replica of the drill almost as easily as a children's jigsaw puzzle. The speed at which machines work is exceptional, as you can clearly observe. I spent a long time estimating the time it would take humans to create something livable on Mars, and it was nothing but a waste. By removing the living area in the ship, I was able to fit a host of machines that can do all of this in a fraction of the time that humans would be able to. How long would that take? I asked, trying to hide my discomfort at human lives being described as waste. He looked smug. Oh, only a matter of years. The machines would organize themselves to spread out to drill caves and plant farms. If there are any issues, they can be sent more instructions from Earth. I could do that from this very building. Eventually, it will be ready to introduce human life. And then you would send those that you have sold tickets to. I felt nervous approaching the subject, but I had to. My brain was telling me to remember the sort of person that LaRue was, because everything he was telling me was making too much sense. I knew it was important not to allow myself to sympathize with him, to get too wrapped up in his plan. I had to remember what he had done to Ben and Lottie. He ignored me though, instead continuing in his own way. I knew that the method to pursue in order to ensure survival would be to have machinery in control of pretty much everything happening on Mars. We have 1 ship built already, waiting in a secret location. But we'll need 3. Another to take more machinery, more technology. And a last one to take the only humans who will survive. So, you sold tickets onto the ship? I pressed again, determined to get a response. Why? To raise money to build them? Yes, and to make people work towards its success. People generally have no interest in something, however important, unless it involves them or their families. Humans are such selfish creatures. Misleading them was absolutely necessary. I found myself becoming increasingly frustrated with LaRue. What's the point in showing me all of this if you're just going to speak in riddles? My voice had risen slightly, and my anger was showing. Immediately, 4 drones flew in and hovered between LaRue and I. I could just about see my name and stats on the screen. Underneath was a button that said disengage. LaRue looked at me pointedly, his finger hovering over it. He seemed to pause for a moment before pressing down. The drones immediately flew away. Best not to raise your voice in here, Haley. I told you, you must stay calm. If I hadn't set you up on the system, they wouldn't have been so patient. He gave me a minute to relax, then carried on. The cost of transporting people is large, and I told him that so many years ago. I told them they needed to start investing in it, but they refused to because they were incapable of seeing the bigger picture. Now, the cost of importing machinery is also large, and if you had the choice to spend money on humans who would slow the production of a colony to dangerous levels, or to spend money on transporting technology that could do it in a fraction of time, which would you choose? Is there really any choice in any of this? LaRue laughed. No, of course not. It interests me though. I've been looked at as a monster for being prepared to do whatever it takes to ensure we can survive. Yet the monsters are the ones who got humanity in this mess in the first place. People are so quick to cry ethics until they're directly affected by it. I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to save humanity. Surely, that makes me a hero, not a villain. He led me into a new room, and once the door closed behind us, silence filled the space. This room was worlds away from the factory scene behind. From floor to ceiling, every wall was covered with massive mahogany bookcases that were filled to the brim with books. There must have been hundreds of thousands of volumes. Ladders on wheels leaned against each bookcase, so access to all was possible. In the middle of the room was a large Persian rug, which housed a selection of expensive leather sofas and armchairs, a drinks cabinet, and a desk. On the desk were 3 large hard drives. LaRue made his way over, and I heard the chink of glass. But I couldn't take my gaze away from the magnificent collection of books. I eventually turned my attention back to LaRue. He was sat in one of the armchairs, watching me intently. Once again, he looked predatory, with something in his eyes suggesting he could pounce at any moment. I felt the urge to run, but there were 2 drinks on the table next to him, and I knew he expected me to join him. I focused on the beauty around me rather than the fear inside. I could spend an age in here, I said, taking a gulp of my drink, still looking around in wonderment. Indeed, he said. This room holds the absolute best of humanity. If you take everything meaningful that humankind has achieved and condense it into raw data, you can fit it on devices so small they can fit into a pocket. One day, artificial intelligent machines will be able to continue their research and eliminate the need for humankind themselves. I felt very uneasy about what LaRue was suggesting. In that case, you wouldn't be responsible for the continuation of humanity. You would be responsible for an age of machines. That's not my intention. I want to give humanity the chance to thrive amongst artificial intelligence. I want to give us a fair shot. Do you not think it disturbing that the privileged think they deserve the spaces out here more than anybody else? If there was limited space, then it would make sense to send people who could work to ensure survival, I said, almost parroting what Madden had said to me. There is limited space, and so it makes sense to condense everything down to its smallest form and send machinery that can set it up on our behalf. Don't you agree? I found it hard to disagree. So I diverted with a question. What if something goes wrong and no other ships can be sent? Like you said, the economy is going to be shaken. How can you guarantee that the machinery won't just end up left there, with no way for humanity to join it? As I have already said, those who have tickets purchased will indeed arrive in Mars on the first ship. My heart skipped a beat. Does this mean that Ben and the others are safe? Will they be going on the ship? I suppose it depends on what your definition of safe is. LaRuse's eyes darkened, and I was reminded of how dangerous he was. Follow me. He took me out of the library into a laboratory. It had a selection of drawers that all had some sort of smart lock on the front of them. He stood in front of a set. The cost to build my ship and the machinery required to build a life for us was huge. 320 billion by any chance? I asked. Oh, what a good little reporter you are, Haley. It would cost that much to take a selection of people to Mars and some machinery to attempt to colonize. But there was a problem with that approach. The chances of the colony working were still slim. They were higher than here, of course. And so the mathematician said that we would definitely die here. And we would probably die there. The collection of academics decided it was worth it, simply because it was the only chance. It was risk it or die out, quite simply. But all of those brilliant minds together were still not as brilliant as mine alone. So what did your brilliant mind come up with then? I asked, desperately hoping that it didn't sound sarcastic. Words were failing me with the amount of information I was having to try to keep up with. He didn't seem to notice and continued. I let them think they were raising money for the original model of the ship. In the meantime, I had them working on the best way possible to survive. I've used the money to build everything you just saw in the warehouse. And all of my designs will actually give us a fantastic chance of survival. Their latest research will add a lot. So, you lied to them then, and sold people tickets onto a ship that they never had a place on. Oh, they have a place, Haley. He held his device to the drawer, and it popped open. He hovered a hand over it, turning to me before reaching inside. One of the things that angers me the most is that those cowardly little imbeciles only managed to raise the money when they believed they were ensuring their own line. Their privileged young would be the first wave of humans on Mars. They didn't care about the others left behind. They thought their wealth made them more important than all the rest of humanity combined. The academics had no choice but to watch valuable space being taken up by politicians' brats and bankers' spawns because it was essential to raise the money. However, I found an alternative solution, which fulfilled my promises without compromising the chances of humanity's survival. He pulled out a small glass case from inside the door and looked at me expectantly. "What is it?" I said, completely lost. "It's Ben." He grinned. I frowned at him, scared and confused. I didn't say anything. He rolled his eyes and explained. "This is the very essence of Ben, his entire DNA. Look how little space he takes." He looked at me, and I honestly think he thought I would smile back at him. That was one of the things that scared me the most. When I didn't, he carried on regardless. Ben, with countless others, will slip into the ship amongst the things that actually matter. Like mice in a mansion. They won't require sustaining, nannying, counseling. They won't decay whilst waiting for the perfect circumstances to thrive in. When the new colony is habitable, the machines will make them. Whether that is in 5 years or 100 years. You see, I am taking them all away from this dying planet. I am taking them on the first ship. I'm giving them exactly what I sold them. A ticket that guarantees their children will be the first humans to colonize Mars. A guarantee that their children will not have to witness the end of society. A guarantee that they will continue. I thought about the screams I heard from the concrete bunkers in Scotland. My suspicions, it seemed, were finally confirmed. LaRue seemed to be enjoying showing how brilliant he had been, with no trace of regret for the human cost of his plan. I was fast realizing he was a megalomaniac. My heart sank. So, instead of actually sending them, you're going to clone them? What did you do with the real Ben? LaRue looked petulant. This is the real Ben, he snapped. This is everything he is. He will be everything he was. Do you not see? There is no difference. His tone had gone from animated to vicious in one breath. What did you do with the original Ben then? I quickly backtracked, not wanting to irritate him further. I did not wish to see what would happen if the drones detected the sudden change of atmosphere in the room for a second time. I think you already know that, Haley, he said quietly. What about Nolan? What about Dennis Houghton? Are you going to kill them? The original them? What about you? Will you send your DNA? Will you go in person, as you are now? Of course I'll be sending my DNA. My machines will clone me when the time comes, if I am not alive to see it. Nonetheless, I fully intend on my original form being there within the next few years. Maybe on the second trip, more likely the third. I, along with a select handful or so, will be the only humans in their original form to step foot on Mars. Nolan had a place, though I'm not sure if that still stands. But that handful of people mustn't take precedence over the fact that I will be taking hundreds of thousands of people in their smallest form, that I can build when I'm ready to. There are still some things that confuse me, so I pushed past the ever-growing fear and remained professional. You have the most intelligent and wealthiest people on Earth working on a future that you are going to pull from under their feet. How haven't they figured this out? LaRue looked bitter. I suppose I'm somewhat underestimated. Not many know what I'm capable of. There are many specific areas that need to be worked on, and they get very wrapped up in their own areas. I do suspect that some of them realize my true intentions, because a few have suggested similar to themselves. The genetic scientists in particular balked at the idea of sending just several thousands from already closely linked families. Imagine the inbreeding that would occur. It doesn't actually matter though. I am the only power in all of this. Those that had the ability to do anything waited too long. Those who did voice disagreements with my ways have been moved on, let's say. What it comes down to is the fact that my approach offers the best chance for humanity. There isn't time for sentimental outlooks. They didn't leave time for that, and that is not my problem. Did Ben and the others need to die, LaRue? Could you not have kept them underground, then released them once you left? I wouldn't waste the resources on them. His face held no emotion, no regret. I didn't think he was capable of feeling a scrap of empathy. It's bad enough that these parasites will be feasting on the new civilization. Letting this new generation of the delusional elite also continue to drain the last embers of life from Earth seemed unfair. But it's human life. Someone's son, someone's daughter. I tried to reason with him. As were all those that would have been left behind. Aren't you someone's daughter, Haley? I closed my eyes and shook my head, trying to shake away the confusion and moral contradictions that overwhelmed me so. I hated myself for the part of me that could see the sense in what LaRue was telling me. As I looked into his dead eyes, I questioned what kind of person that made me. I turned towards the door, wanting to be away from this madness. Just as I was about to walk away, I turned back and said, "You know, it might not even matter what you do, LaRue. It could very well just end up the same all over again, but on another planet. Humanity might be destined to die out because it cannot handle how fast things have progressed around it. Maybe this is simply how it is supposed to be. There will be one very big difference, Haley. I have total control. There will be no mistakes like have been on Earth. No corrupt governments, no inbred monarchies, no controlling religions. And I know what signs to look out for, and I will cut any problems out like a tumor. And I am inviting you to join me." LaRue pressed a button, and the drones flew out of the room. I buried my face in my hands in shock and laughed out loud. "But why?" I asked, incredulous at this turn of events. "I want someone to log everything I've done. I want to be written about. I want the world I left behind to know what I've done for humanity. I want them to read it and weep. I want my achievements to be recorded. I want to go down in history, here on Earth, and on Mars too." I opened my mouth to try and speak, but couldn't. I didn't know what to think, let alone say. LaRue held his hands up. "I'm handing you the best choice of opportunities that a journalist could dream of. You can stay here. You'll witness the beginning of the end of civilization and get to break the story of how the world will end and my intentions for a future. Once I've gone there, there will be no more press blockers. You will be free to report. Or, you can pick the wild card. You can shadow me for the remaining time here, spending the days recording the work I'm doing and the nights learning to understand it. You can leave with me when the time comes. You can continue studying and recording throughout the journey. Then, you will start a new life on Mars. With me." I must have grimaced, because he laughed. "Don't flatter yourself, Haley. I am in no way attracted to you. This is strictly academic." He waved towards the doors then, as though he was showing me a way. "You have enough information now. It's time to leave. You have until next month to make your decision." As soon as I was out of the lab that held Ben and countless other dead people who had been at the very beginning of their lives, I ran down a corridor the opposite way of the warehouse. I ran, and I cried. Fear pushed me forward because the idea of drones creeping up behind me, one tiny pop, and it'd all be over, was utterly traumatizing. He could press one button on that device and I would be dead. He would always hold that over me, no matter what decision I made. I turned down endless corridors and eventually found an exit. I stumbled out into the night air, and I collapsed on the floor, sobbing. It was all too much. That was nearly 2 weeks ago. I'm sorry for being so flaky with my uploads. As you can imagine, I've had a lot to think about. In many ways, my hands are still tied. The police, government and press are no good because LaRue has too much power. I thought about running, just starting a new life and waiting for the beginning of the end, somewhere luxurious. I could sell my house before the economy drops, live in a hut on a beach somewhere. But the entire world is going to change, be it from the economy or the beginning of climate change. There won't be any escaping this. Not for any of us. I'm strongly considering his offer. There are so many negatives, of course. Would I always live in guilt for the people I left behind? Would any new life I build on Mars be lived in fear that LaRue would kill me if I didn't toe the line? Is that much different to now, though? He controls the people who run the entire world as though they are his puppets, and there is no escaping him. Would it really be much different on another planet? But who would not want to witness what must surely be the greatest adventure in the history of humanity? I could stay here and die slowly and miserably, or I could escape and see the new wave of evolution. I could go down in history. Maybe I could even become some sort of influence on LaRue. He isn't the only one who can play games. I tried to contact Madden, just out of curiosity. Her phone is off. She doesn't answer her door. I asked around, but everyone stays silent. The whole city is silent right now. There have been other suicides in the last week, and I'm sure there will be more. I haven't spoken to Nolan. I haven't heard a thing from him since I spoke to him while he was in Dover. He doesn't respond to my messages, but his phone does at least ring out. Is he alive? I don't know. From what I could pick up, it seemed Dennis Houghton had a ticket out of here for Nolan. but I know what LaRue's tickets are like. Maybe I'll see Nolan again one day. Or maybe he's with Ben now. When I started all of this, I believed that I was a good person. Now, I find myself constantly wondering if I'm as bad as LaRue himself. Over the last couple of weeks, my mind has continuously suggested to me that he made the right decisions. That all of the deaths are indeed worth the magnificence of what he has achieved. If LaRue is a monster, then maybe I am too. It's time to make a decision. Whatever the decision is, I'm afraid that I won't be able to update here any longer. If I decide to take LaRue up on his offer, then I will appreciate the need for total secrecy until I can break the story properly. Until it's the right time. And that won't be as a journalist. It will be a book about the life of the world's greatest mind. Because no matter how much I despise the way that LaRue has done things, I can't help but see how brilliant he actually is. Dangerously brilliant. But brilliant all the same. And if I stay, well, I don't think I would be able to go back to reporting about petty crime and local council corruption while I wait for society to melt down. Not after this. It just wouldn't do anything for me anymore. It all seems quite pointless. Everything here seems pointless. But maybe there is meaning. Maybe I can find something from all of this. Maybe one day there will be more.